How's everybody doing this morning? Good. Just a quick show of hands, kind of helps when I do this talk. How many athletic trainers are in the room? Is that everybody? How about strength and conditioning coaches? I remember doing this talk a couple years ago, and there was a little mixed bag. I had some physicians, I had some strength coaches, I had some athletic trainers. It's just kind of good to know, who we're talking to, and kind of helps me individualize the talk. So, talk today is on injury prevention through conditioning. How are we conditioning our athletes? The contents. I'm not a big reader of these. I do want to point out this picture here at the bottom. Obviously, it's an athlete that's looking at a piece of paper that has letters like your Snellen chart. And the gentleman laying on the ground has one that's further out. We'll hit back on there a little bit later, but just want to kind of point out the picture. At the conclusion, these are hopefully things that you all be able to obviously name and use and kind of have a better appreciation for. Disclosure, I have no financial or commercial relations with any of this presentation. I'm just like you all, I'm just an athletic trainer. I really would like to thank the SPATS committee for inviting me down here to talk. My fiance and I had a great time a couple years ago, and really fortunate to get the phone call this past year, and we're really excited to be back down here. And for you all, I really appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to come down and talk. Who was at my talk that I did a couple years ago? Handful of people. So a couple of these first slides here are going to be kind of a refresher for some of you all, and then for those who were not, obviously some new information. Just kind of bear with me. So my kind of talk started out last time was, does this look like your athlete's training and conditioning? Show hands. Only like one or two. Awesome. So this is kind of how we started talking. Going with Burdenko. Has anyone actually heard of the Burdenko method? Anybody? You have. May I ask you how you've heard of it? Sorry.
I used to be CSCS certified.
Okay.
For 20 years. Okay. And I used to go to conferences, and about 10 years ago, there was a conference in Dallas. I attended. They talked about it.
Okay. Good information.
Good information. But one of the problems down here in the valley we have, we don't know what we're talking about.
Well, we'll try to fix it out for you. So some of the practicality, people ask me, this Burdenko method, what is it? How can I maybe use it? To me, it kind of has arms in a lot of different things, whether or not it be rehabilitation, conditioning, training, and recovery. And I find, we talked a little bit on that first talk on the first day about overtraining. We don't really give a lot of credit to rest and recovery as much as we do into conditioning and rehabbing and training. Which I think is really a critical part of the whole process overall. So looking at the qualities, we're going to kind of go into these a little bit and kind of hit on these. But as you see, just like anything else, it builds upon the next one. And that's something I really kind of strike through this talk is, each step of these qualities really stacks on top of the next one. So we go into balance. So if I had asked the room here, how would you all define balance? How many of y'all would say this is balance? Nobody. Yeah, you are correct. There's a lot more to it. So we look at balancing. It's a balance of training. It's forward and backwards. It's side to side. It's that equal ratio 1-to-1, right? But also other things of balance: nutrition, hydration, rest, recovery. They're all aspects of balance. And you find a lot of us probably shake our heads and say, the way we train our athletes, condition our athletes, there's not a lot of balance to them, is there? Right, we have a lot of where they go to this practice and this study hall and this training and this special coach and everything, and there's not a lot of balance in what we do. We look at coordination, right? A lot of us, some of our athletes are very single-sided dominant athletes. The baseball player that swings, the volleyball player that serves, right? Everything's in a certain type of coordination pattern, right? We never really go through and train that other side. And the good talk yesterday was one of the talks we talked about. Or having to go back and retrain some of those other coordination patterns where maybe we're unfamiliar with, or uncomfortable with, right? And it is challenging. I'm sure a lot of you all could agree with me. If I said, hey, I want you to brush your teeth with your opposite hand this morning, a lot of y'all, that toothbrush may be in your head, right? Or maybe on your shoulder, right? Just such a different coordination pattern. We look at flexibility. It's a really great quote, and I really like it a lot. A lot of us have probably heard of the quote, "You are what you eat." And I really think there's some validity to, you are what you lift. We lift a lot of steel. We start bending like steel. Does the steel bend very easy? Not very much. In the Burdenko method, we use a lot of tubing, right? What is elastic tubing? What's one of its qualities? Has flexibility, right? Goes back and forth just like muscles, right? We look at endurance. A lot of people say, are you an endurance athlete, right? All of our athletes are endurance athletes in some way, shape, or form, right? Do we train them like that? Remember, endurance is to be able to do something repetitively over and over and over again, but that same efficiency and that same effectiveness in the first one as they do the last one, yeah? Right? But at the end of the game, how many times do we see our athletes really tired and fatigued out, right? Have we truly trained them in that endurance component? And remember, these are all stacking, so the balance, coordination, flexibility are all components needed to have one another. And we gotta get into speed, right? Speed, obviously we look at the definition, right? Distance over time, right? Everyone assumes speed is, run that 4.40, right? But speed also occurs in other miles per hour, distance over time, right? How do we train our athletes with speed? Anybody? We don't really, it's a stopwatch method, right? We say, hey, I want you to run from A to B, go, right? But speed is just a component of training like anything else. We look at strength, and everyone assumes strength, lots of muscles and everything, right? Let's think of it rather as like a neuromuscular demand, right, that the body's adapted to, right? We look at strength and speed, right? And incorporating those qualities as we're working in rehabbing and training. So there's our qualities. Pretty nice pyramid, just like we saw before, yeah? How often are our qualities more like this when we train and rehabbing and condition our athletes? Hands up. Does that kind of what we do though? Yeah. These are just some pyramids that I've go online and looked on, and they'll all have great little things of things we include in them, and I don't think you can discredit any of them. But I think you look at a lot of the ones we talk about, I think there's some things missing in terms of how we train, how we condition, how we rehab our athletes. So where is the balance? Where is the coordination? Where's the flexibility? So we look at the Burdenko principles, we incorporate the qualities. I think it's a big component of what we miss sometimes, okay? Motion and breathing with motion. How many times do our athletes hold their breath during activity? How often do we really preach about really breathing in, breathing out, and make each one quality? Doesn't really happen a lot, right? It's the next rep, it's the next rep, it's the next rep, right? We sacrifice our breathing and respiratory patterns for trying to get that, 2 more pounds on. Being in a mental zone. How many of our athletes walk out of practice and say, man, I'm just mentally tired today? It's not really something we talk about. It's not something we really preach about. We preach about maybe, visualizing this pitch and this, that strike zone and, this, wide receiver pattern, but, really being in the zone during our work and really focus on quality movement. We work the whole body, not just one part, just not the arm, just not a bicep curl. We incorporate the whole body because when the whole body moves, the whole body has to work together, yeah? But obviously, when we go into sport, the whole body has to work together, but a lot of times we focus on that bicep curl, right, or that snatch, right? Varying speeds, we talk about the importance of speed, right? Slow, medium, fast. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Rest and recovery, can't stress it enough, right? As much as we work, we got to have some sort of rest recovery component, right? Hydration, nutrition, is that a component of rest and recovery? Absolutely, right? Shaking, we like to shake the muscles. Muscles should be nice and loose and supple, okay? Muscles that are nice and loose and supple have better elastic qualities and properties, right? Better elastic properties, guess what? Flexibility also improves, right, as well. And the one thing to me that separates the Burdenko method versus a lot of other training, conditioning, rehab methods incorporates water. And I know, there's obviously the natural fear of water and being in pools or, being in other bodies of water. There's a fear of that, right? But there's also methods that we could do to help alleviate some of those, right? The one thing that really separates the Burdenko method is the aquatics aspect of it. So whenever we work simple to complicated, right? How many of our athletes try to go do a bird dog and they look terrible, but they're sitting there trying to knock out 3, variations above where they really are, right? So we go simple to complicated with all of our exercises, our movement patterns. In the water, we work from the deep end to the shallow end, right? The deep end allows our body to teach ourselves positioning, right? I don't know how many of y'all have ever put an athlete in the water. Anybody actually put an athlete in the water to run? When they run in the water the first time in the deep end, how do they look? Why? The water's going to magnify any of our problems, right? So they're like this, vertical cue, pull them up. Actually have them work on that nice joint quality motion as they're running, right? As they run on land is how they actually run in the water. So put your athletes in the water, and those modifications they've changed are the same on land. So those ones that are running right here, guess when they run on land, guess what they're really doing? Really using those hip flexors for stability. Land, we go from horizontal to sitting to standing to moving, right? Half of our athletes just want to skip, do not pass go, do not collect $200, and all of a sudden want to start running, right? Maybe we need to back it down a little bit and work on some of those movement patterns in the horizontal, in the sitting, and then the standing phases. Rehabilitation, we work more, we go from a water to a land, right? Versus strength conditioning, we go to land to water. Any ideas maybe why that is? We look at the endurance of movement, right? We obviously can work them a lot in the water, and we can get that endurance factor then going into land, right? And then vice versa. We can put them in land, kind of fatigue out the body, and continue to work on endurance, adding that water component. So water training, we go from deep to shallow, and we talked about this already. Perform in the neutral position. Benefits, there's no gravity. Hydrostatic pressure. That's great for pulling out swelling in joints, right? Loosening joints, right? Increasing blood flow to muscles, which is great for muscle nutrition. Improves mobility, flexibility, and traction. By merely standing in the water like this person is, they're actually providing a natural traction of the spine and the rest of the body and its joints, right? Help decompress the joints, okay? I've talked about a slide before, every hour of land training, approximately about 15 minutes of water training. So we can understand going back to that conditioning versus rehabbing, right? Going water to land or land to water, how we get that endurance component of mobility and movement quality. So typical practice, it's a little bit of interaction here. How many of our typical practices are that kind of pie? 100% of everybody here that look kind of like our regular practice? Yeah? Maybe maybe we actually have a little cool down following our conditioning session. That's kind of how we look at it a lot, right? So moving more to my talk here, we look at a warm up. I think it's real important. We kind of slide our warm up and cool down a lot. And the big, complaint is, well, we don't have enough time. We seem to have a lot of time when we're rehabbing injuries and, having setbacks and those kinds of things. I think it's a component to really look at. So we look at your kind of traditional warm-up, includes stretching, dynamic warm-up, dynamic stretching, and sport-specific. Everyone's pretty familiar with static stretching, that dynamic, obviously there's a lot of research come out that looked at static stretching, doing that post-practice versus that dynamic kind of warm-up being more pre-practice, looking at muscle activation. We look at sport-specific, obviously, linemen kind of going through their drills, basketball players going through layups, maybe a softball baseball player hitting off a tee and working on the mechanics actually of that specific motion pattern, right? But actually, you go back to look at all of our working out and conditioning and everything, has any of our conditioning or working out mimicked any of the types of drills that we do during our activity? I'd venture to say not. A lot of them are very static, single plane motion. They may have components of two planes, but they actually don't go through and mimic some of the activities that we require the body to do in sport. So a little interaction here. So when you all look at the picture on your all's left, those are all ingredients, right? Obviously the picture on the right is a cookie, right? I kind of use this analogy of how we kind of train the body a lot, right? When someone says they have tight muscles, what do? Oh, they have to go stretch more. Why wasn't that stretching a component in their actual conditioning rehab and how they want to play in practice, right? So show of hands, who would want to eat all the ingredients by themselves on the left side? Nobody? How about the one on the right? Yeah, a lot of people, So again, I use that analogy of, incorporating those qualities to how we work. They all work better together than as individual components. So I did a couple years ago, I kind of hit on this freedom of movement. So we use it as a means of helping increase flexibility, helping get the body ready for activity, really focusing, kind of getting in that zone. And we're using this as a means of a warm-up or exercise. So freedom movement teaches the body how to move safely, efficiently, and gracefully. How many of our athletes move very gracefully? I find it's a terrible thing sometimes. You watch your athletes run or jump or move side to side, and it looks terrible. But again, these are our star athletes. I think it's something that maybe look at and work on. It's safe because your concentration is more on the form and the speed. It's something we kind of really blow right past. You know, we're so focused on running the 100 versus each step of the 100. So this exercise right here is performed by somebody who's practiced the Burdenko method for years. And this happens in my athletic training student from this past year. Emily Beatty, great athletic training student that I've had. So I asked her to kind of demonstrate. I did not show her this picture. I gave her the same verbal cues and same instructions though. What I want you to do is I want you to look at the difference between the two videos. This one's going to go on for a little bit longer. It's a little longer. Anybody know some glaring kind of things right off the bat? How about the bridge position? How about the bridge position maintaining going forward and backwards? How about this all of a sudden, this drop right here? There she is, right? She never actually comes out to a true plank position, right? And as she goes back, she falls right back. So again, we talk about, you know, the gracefulness is what I call, you know, I relate a lot when I work with my athletes is, you know, picture someone playing the violin, how it goes note to note to note, right? It's not very choppy. And it goes right to note. It's very graceful, lots of breathing, focus and quality. So again, we talk about it could be during warm-up or during exercise. We're really focus on this quality of movement, this gracefulness. Again, another athlete working that has studied the Burdenko method and worked with it. What are some differences we notice? Back's not straight. Actually, back. I'm going to go the side view of Emily here. Anybody notice that this one looks very almost like walking motion, very graceful. And as she happens to do it, it's very staggered. It's one step and the next step and the next step. Not a lot of gracefulness in the movement. So getting into conditioning, interesting Webster in their definition of this is the process of becoming stronger and healthier by following a regular exercise program and diet. So you're going to see these kind of slides, Kermit the Frog, big hero of mine, kind of a pondering point, if you will, as we kind of transition and go through kind of different kind of talk abouts. So how well we condition our athletes? So when it comes to, when we associate conditioning, how come we always associate conditioning with running and cardio training? Anybody? Even though obviously definition-wise it's becoming a healthier, stronger person through regular exercise and diet. Anybody familiar with this picture here? It's a famous picture. This artist used a lot of dots. And his pictures, if you actually look closer, just single dots that actually make that picture. And I really think we miss some of the big picture of conditioning sometimes. You know, the mental approach. I've never had an athlete walk out of practice and say, I'm just really tired. I just can't think. That practice is really taxing on me, right? We look at situational training. We look at, you know, what they call mental errors, right? In game situations, our athletes have these mental errors. Well, why isn't that a part of conditioning? Right? We look at maybe conditioning of throwing, right? Our athletes throw and throw and throw, right? But were they actually conditioned to throw, or were they actually just kind of going through the motions of throwing, right? In cross training, I kind of talked obviously about the aquatic strengthening and cardio training, if you will. But obviously you can see that sailboat. Can you all see the sailboat in the top left? That was the original picture we looked at. I think sometimes we kind of miss the bigger picture sometimes. Measuring the field. Right? How many of us at the end of our practice, I'm assuming we all condition towards the end of our practice, is that pretty common? Yeah? How do we actually measure 100% effort? Coach, strength coach, athletic trainer with the stopwatch maybe? How do we know that was actually 100%? If we had John come up here and run from camera to camera up here, and we said go, how do we know that's actually 100%? How do we actually measure that? How do we measure 75%? How do we measure 25%? Just because they don't get from point A to point B in 18 seconds, 15 seconds, 25 seconds. How does the body know the difference? If we've never trained the body in different speeds, how does the body actually know the difference in running 100% and running 50%? Right? They always talk about in football with running plays, right? The running back really has to time it to hit that gap, right? They've trained their body to hit that gap. But in conditioning, again, we go back to 18 seconds, go. You know, how do other people, strength and conditioning coaches, healthcare team, I'd say that just as, I think includes everybody. Coaches and volunteers, how do they know the difference? Again, they kind of go back to the stopwatch method. Right? And sport is all activity at a 100% level, 50% level. Really sports at a variety of different levels, yet we condition at the same pace, the same intensity, the same stopwatch. Kind of changing gears, quality and quantity. We talked about that earlier with the Bernanke qualities and the principles. Again, kind of going through some definitions. Some word association. I think it's good sometimes to kind of think outside the box. So what kind of words do we find quality with? Anybody have any other kind of words besides the ones I came up with right here? Nobody? What's that? Consistency. Okay. I like that's a great word. Efficiency. Okay. How about for quantity? I find this is very numeric, right? It's very number-wise, right? I find we get so consumed though with the number of reps and sets versus the quality of movement and work. So just kind of, taking this quantity and quality approach, so hurdler in practice, maybe they hurdle 25 times in practice. Is that that's okay, I guess? Well, how is the quality of movement on the first hurdle compared to the 15th hurdle of practice, right? Were they tired or fatigued out? Or do we just kind of have to keep going because practice is an hour and a half? We kind of got to fill time. How about a softball or baseball player? They swing 50 times in practice. How is the quality of the fifth batting versus the 47th? They talk about 10,000 times to perfectly tape an ankle, right? Was that what you all were taught in school as well? 10,000 times. How about a swimmer? 1,000 strokes during practice. How was the stroke quality of the 30th to the 599th? Right? And we look at, scapular problems with swimmers and upper extremity athletes, some of those fatigue mechanisms that all of a sudden lead to other compensation patterns. Is more always better? Again, I think you look at, how we put some of these practices together and conditioning. I think there's maybe other ways, maybe we can include these other Bernanke qualities and principles to help expand and have better quality motion and movement. So again, kind of talking about what we said a second ago, how often is quantity really quality? When we do some of our strength tests and max, does this picture look like anybody in y'all's weight room? A lot of times, right? Do we count, for you all out there, do we count this as a rep, a successful rep? They do, they don't. Depends maybe who your strength coach is, right? Maybe who your coach is, who the athletes are. But remember, this is a strength test day. This kid's been doing this maybe every day leading up to this, right? Developing those, maybe poor muscular movement patterns. One of the things I would say is, just because you can, should you? I think that kind of a great for this picture right here of someone who they think that they can, but really can't. Playing extras, just a couple of examples, some athletes doing different things in kind of extra time, stoppage time, overtime, extra innings. We look at those times, is that a pretty significant amount of time in some of those things? Or maybe some of the demands that we have for our athletes, is that kind of putting them in those kind of circumstances to really stress the things we work on day-to-day practice? I would agree. This is a nice little screenshot from ESPN. I look at the efficiency the same at the start of at the stop of the match, or the stop of the inning, the stop of the game, right? How many of our athletes actually have ever conditioned for 116 straight minutes? Obviously, ice hockey doesn't go for 116 straight minutes. I understand, right? But do they have that ability at the first minute as they do at the 116th minute? Or how about in a basketball game? 76 minutes is 6 overtimes in the NBA. So training in different planes, okay? Again, I think all of our motions that we do in sports, all are in different planes. There's not one sport that I really think of that doesn't involve something outside of all three, or all four, depending how you look at it. So I'm not going to obviously play all the entire video. This is from a football play this past year. Now I've worked college football. I did an internship with the NFL. I worked high school football. How many of our athletes have ever conditioned like this in football? How do you condition like that? This is the end of the game. The time's expired now. They've already played the entire game. I'd venture to say not. There's an example of baseball. So we're going to watch the player over here at second base. It's a lot of lateral movement right there. I don't see any 100-yard dashes. Nothing really, right? Soccer or ice hockey fans in here? Soccer and ice hockey are full of them. It's constantly, you know, duck, dive, and dodge, you know? Oh, come on. You know, there's lots of movement patterns that we play with, but we don't necessarily practice with. There it goes. You know, see ice hockey, they go line to line to line, you know, but there's not a lot of weaving out, you know, obviously dutching and dodging defenders. So playing up or playing down, you know, we condition our athletes day to day out, you know, how many times do we condition them to the matches of our opponents, right? Chip Kelly is famous for his up-tempo offense, yeah? And obviously Denzel Washington there from Remember the Titans, you know, he talked about, you know, our offense is going to be like Novocaine. It's going to be slow, long, and we're just going to wear them down, right? We're talking about that speed component with our Burdanko method and qualities. You know, how can we actually train them to incorporate those? Hardware and software problems. Show of hands here, who does one of these kinds of two training methods? Hop on Stairmaster, goes for runs. A little bit of everybody here. Keep that in mind as we go. We're going to go back to that. So I'm from the University of Michigan. Welcome to the University of Michigan. Obviously, you can see our outdoor track, our baseball field, the softball field. Can you all see the two X's up there? Yeah? Everybody see kind of the top of the screen, the bottom of the screen? Okay. So just a quick poll here. So if I were to walk the blue line, it takes me about 5 minutes to walk from my athletic training room, the natatorium, down to my softball facility. If I walk the yellow path, it takes about 7 minutes. Show of hands here, little interaction. Who all would walk the 5-minute path? Who all would walk the 7-minute path? I got a couple of them. Okay, a couple of them. A couple sliders in there. I like it. Okay. This cartoon's kind of interesting. Okay. We look at motor control. Okay. The body's always going to take the path of least resistance. So we go back to that kid that was lifting there. He's using a lot of other muscles to help recruit those patterns to help lift that muscle. So he may actually be doing those things that we actually want him to do in order to succeed, right? We go to the 5 and the 7-minute path, right? We go back to those people who would like to run and use the Stairmaster. How come we have problems sometimes with tightness in our hamstrings and our calves and our low backs? Don't really hear many athletes that, you know, complain of their glutes being tired at the end of a practice, at the end of a conditioning session. No. It was interesting. I was at the University of Miami. I was covering morning football workouts, and I got into this kind of conversation with our head strength coach. I'm going to talk about some of these Burdanko qualities because, again, it's different to them. It's different, you know, people kind of looking out and saying, well, I just don't understand how it applies. So our guys on a football field, if you will, okay, they used to run from corner. They used to run like up the width of the field. They had to sprint from corner to corner, kind of going diagonal, recovery, going back up, and go back and forth. And I said, hey, coach, you know, maybe we can work on some glute work and hamstring strengthening. You know, what's your idea? Like, well, how about we have them go backwards on the recovery aspect, and they had to run forward. And by the time they got to the other half, all the guys were complaining of their glutes obviously being on fire. That's a simple change that they can make, right? We look at hardware versus software issues. Any computer people in here? Software people, a little bit, right? We know motor control is kind of like that computer, right? It's that brain going down and kind of giving signals to the body of how maybe movement works. Versus our software, it's like our movement patterns, if you will. It's a constant back and forth. It's, you know, the brain sending signals, the muscles doing work, giving feedback back to the brain. Going back to that cartoon we showed earlier, right? It's a slippery slope. Once the body kind of finds the cheater way to kind of get things done, that's how the body likes to work. So we look at this movement pattern, shoulder flexion, right? So muscle-wise, what do we think of? Biceps, I'll give biceps, maybe a little anterior deltoid. How about pec? Pec major, pec minor, right? Remember, the body's gonna all of a sudden adapt to other muscle recruitment when those biceps get tired, right? And all of a sudden you start getting some scaling, some SCM, right? So the others altered recruitment patterns. So going back to our gentleman on the Stairmaster, we go back and look at hardware, the motor control aspect, and the software movement patterns. Again, we train in the same plane all the time, right? The body gets fatigued out. It's going to go to those other muscles that maybe we don't necessarily want to have moving. So y'all can see the dotted line on the right. It's like that 5-minute walk from what we looked at earlier, yeah? Versus the yellow line, that little longer, but it's actually using the muscle recruitment patterns that we actually want. So I like this quote from a friend of mine. Just don't stretch a tight muscle. Figure out why it's tight. Test, don't guess. Okay, and I find that's a lot with how we work. You know, that hamstring's tight. Athlete just wants to plop on the table and they want to stretch them out. Well, why is that muscle tight? You know, why is it, what's going on with the glute? What's going on with the trunk? You know, what's going on with the great toe? So what are we actually testing when we do some of our conditioning tests? Would you all agree those are pretty valid of tests that we commonly use? I think so. It's kind of things I've been familiar with and seen during fitness testing, if you will. But how many of those are actually functional things that we use in athletics? Balance training. Again, we talk about balance being that first step in that Burdenko pyramid, yeah? Anybody actually seen a beaver or a lumberjack cut down a tree? Well, they make multiple cuts at different angles, different sides to successfully cut down a tree. So I guess people saying, well, Brian, why are we talking about beavers and lumberjacks, right? Well, I think we talk about the balance component of what we do. You know, balance should be addressing different functions at different sides at different angles to successfully train our athletes. You know, athletic skill, preparation, conditioning, core work, strength and conditioning. I think that balance component really has its arms in a lot of things that we do every day. So I got a little group project. Everybody excited for that? So I'm gonna kind of break the room out here, okay? If I can kind of get these tables right here, like these ones right here, to be kind of group one, okay? And we'll group two being those back two tables back there. We're gonna kind of combine, we'll use these tables right here and then the ones back there, and then we'll use these ones here and over there. Does that sound good? Do you have a question? No? So a course that I took from Dr. Gary Gray, one of his things that he talks about in his course was the test is the exercise and the exercise is the test. So kind of think back to your athletes and we're gonna give you all kind of sports that you all are now with, okay? So a baseball example, right? Small All-American, collegiate women's softball athlete of the year. Okay, contact from the ball, starting position player, the middle infielder, has to open up their hips and track down a ball at foul line, okay? As an example of movement pattern. So another example is at contact the ball, the outfielder has to lay out to make the second out, spring up to make the throw out the base runner for the game-ending out. So as your groups here, okay, your assignment is either create a warm-up based exercise, incorporating the Burdenko qualities, or conditioning, okay? And just kind of things to think about. Think about the athletic demands, your movement patterns. And the other thing is, what other sports move like us? You know, we have this thing of, well, they're a football player, they have to move like a football player. Well, maybe we could borrow something from the soccer group to take over back to football to help our athletes with other components of the demands they have to do day in and day out. So obviously opening the gates here, location. You all can be anywhere you want to. Your fields, your turfs, your pitches, your infields, your outfields, your ice hockey rinks, pool, court, anywhere you want to be. Your toys in the box, you can have anything you want. Unlimited budget, go nuts. So you want ladders, bands, you want cones, Bosu balls, you know, take whatever you want. Sound good? So your groups, so we'll make this over here a basketball group, okay? The back group back there, let's do like a baseball, softball, okay? We'll make this a swimming group. The group in the back will be a soccer group, okay? Volleyball, and then, football over here, and then volleyball in the back. Sound good? Yeah? Let's take like 5-7 minutes. Kind of think of it. Again, you can either do a warm-up activity or a conditioning-based activity using the qualities and principles I'll have up here, okay? And go. Give me 1 second. How do I turn this off? If we can pick back up like in 1 or 2 minutes, okay? I do.
That one looks on. There should be a switch that it's connected to. Still for $33.
Are we ready to kind of reconvene and kind of go over some of the things we talked about in our groups? So we'll start out with group 1. What did we come up with? Yeah, absolutely, sure. Okay. I saw that. Okay. Okay. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And remember some of our stuff that we talked about, like you're talking about doing with your jumps and your cones back and forth. Remember the balance component. You know, even though basketball players all jump this way, maybe adding that component of maybe a jump to the side or a jump and twist the body in the landing motion. Because obviously in basketball, you know, even though everyone goes up, they may actually come down this way. You know, so as they're jumping up, how rotate and land and jump down mechanics wise as well. Good. Yeah, 90 degrees, 180, you know, 270s, 360s, you know, really work on that entire motion, both sides as well. Absolutely. Good. How about my group 2, my baseball softball team? Anybody? Do you need a microphone? Yeah.
We did. We discussed a lot of the different parts of the program in itself because of the children that we serve. We came to the conclusion that some of these children don't have the basic essential skills of coordination, so we need to develop those through different parts of exercising and the techniques that we discussed. We also discussed some of the value systems that in exercise that some children don't have, and that's when we become the facilitator of learning for the strengthening program and even to implement what you have. We came also to the conclusion that flexibility is a big thing that needs to be incorporated not only into the training program, but also in society in general, because most people go straight to endurance, like you were saying. A lot of aerobic exercise, you know, how long can you last in an activity versus how well do you do it?
Correct, absolutely. The quality of movement.
The quality of movement. And, you know, we were just, I think we were concerned about the end result, but we were mostly concerned about, you know, the actual developmental phases that we need to work with these students, because you have to remember we're high school, which means we work with children from the 9th grade to senior year. But when they come to us, we don't really have too much information as what they're doing in the middle school to prepare the children to come up to the next phase. I guess I grew up during the 60s, and we had the President's Council on Fitness. And that helped our society in that area in the 60s to help children develop movement. I haven't heard of that lately in the elementaries or middle schools. We're faced with a lot of students that don't have an idea of what we're talking about until they either get injured or they go pay someone to teach them.
Right.
And I think we're the precursor of all that knowledge, but we did come up with that program. Hope we fulfilled the requirement, but we just sat here and discussed it, like, you know, what we thought would help the children become a better baseball player, softball player.
Okay. Thank you. How about my soccer group?
We talked about more of like warm-up things and drills with soccer, and we focused on the shot. And something that's really important when you think about soccer and shooting is hip flexibility and hip strength and being able to balance. So we talked about doing endurance things a lot of track athletes do, like using the bands, doing the windmill swings, focusing on single leg balance for endurance. For strength, we increased the band from a green band to a black band. For speed, we talked about setting up like balls around the goal and having them race the ball and shoot, which to see how fast they could do it. For flexibility, we talked a lot about hip flexibility. You need a lot of hip flexibility when it comes to soccer because they're always doing the same motion, so making sure that they're flexible in that motion by doing like self-mobilizations with a band. We talked about for coordination, working on first touch. So if you have a bad first touch, then you're not going to have a good shot. So working on first touch drills, like shooting the ball to them and having them take that first touch and not going farther than that. So they're focusing on that one thing. And for balance, we talked about doing that same drill, like giving them the ball, having them work on their first touch, but a lot of times there's a defender that's going to be pushing you, so we're making it more like a basketball drill and having like a pad and hitting them with the pad so that they're working on their balance and their first touch at the same time.
Good. You know, we look at flexibility. Obviously, flexibility is a huge component of, you know, of everyone. It's just not the kids, it's everybody. Remember I talked about the elastic bands. Remember, if you put a band one way, you can work on strength, and by putting it in the opposite pole of direction, you actually work on flexibility at the same time. That band helps the system flexibility. So maybe kind of keep that in mind with some of the band work for the hips. You know, by pulling, you know, the bands here, we're pulling out. Obviously, we're strengthening up your hip abductors, yeah. By putting it out though, on the outside, as we're coming back out, it's actually helped increase some of that flexibility as well. Maybe, you know, the angle of pull as well. So maybe it's just not straight outside. Maybe it's coming more out the side as you're coming out. Good. How about my swimming group? They actually had to call their coach. We had a good talk.
We figured on, our basic deal is strengthening and conditioning would be the, using bands, one thing. Would be using bands, flexibility to be a factor into working with and strengthening your strokes. So if several ways to use the bands. The other thing would be like using plyo boards. Short ones we're doing push-ups. As you do push-ups, you would put the hand or the boards higher up, add up the boards to strengthen one side, work the other side, and that way you would be doing stretching and strengthening.
Okay.
Okay. Bands, you can do the strokes, leg strokes, having someone hold them to the side and work like a crawl. Especially in the butterfly, you could pull the bands one direction, you know, external or the lateral side or the medial side, working the strokes, you know, pulling resistance. Help me out here.
So one thing I was going to add to, I didn't add earlier, we were talking about your all's balance board. You know, obviously with their freestyle stroke, they're laying in that horizontal position.
The other thing is using certain yoga stretches to stretch out the lower trunk area. One of the best stretches would be a pigeon stretch. So that works on the lower back, hip flexors, glutes. Ashley came up with the pad that she saw on one on YouTube. That about a 2-inch pad, about 3 foot. Semi-rigid, but you could lay on the water and practice strokes and kicks and balance.
Yeah.
You move from one yoga move to the next yoga move while trying to balance on the board.
Yeah. And obviously, you know, swimming has an interesting component that in fact you're in the water in a horizontal position and having the core stabilize in that position. So, you know, maybe putting someone on the board and having them maintain that as they maybe do their positions. Hurrying up here on the last one, my football group. My football group.
All right, so in short, we were saying doing like some, if say the receiver was running routes, you had the harness on there with elastic bungee cords, probably 2 people, one to the left, one to the right, or at an angle. And then as they're making their cuts, you're kind of pulling them off balance. They're working on their balance. And then you can also do it in reverse where you're standing in front of them, working on overtraining their speed. So those are just some of the things that we talked about there.
Okay, awesome. And I am actually short on time. I apologize. Any questions or anything? Awesome. Well, I really appreciate you all inviting me down here to do this talk. I'll be around if you all have any other questions outside of here. Just again, I really appreciate everyone coming in this morning. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know.
Everything went well. Everything went well.
Yeah.
You got that's your laptop, right? Oh. You have enough? Okay.
No, I'll come back.
Okay.
I don't want to like. I'll take the laptop. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, which do you want to switch to?
This.
Okay.
This is for you. Ooh.
And here's an advancer. Forward, backwards, and a little laser pointer in case.
Lasers, I love
Yeah.
lasers.
Let me set you up with this one. I have it muted, so I'm going to leave it on.
All right, a few announcements. Just like yesterday, when you're done with the evaluation form, make sure you guys turn it into the clear boxes before you head out. One, there's breakfast tacos, soft drinks, coffee available out by the table where we had lunch yesterday. Schlitterbahn tickets are on sale right now for $33. We take cash or card. Also, make sure you guys register at the Vortex station out there. They're giving away a bottle rack for you. You just need to drop off a business card or sign your name up, and there will be a drawing later on.
Make sure you check and see if you lost your keys. We found a set of keys, and they're at the registration desk.
Our next presentation is an evidence-based presentation, so make sure you sign your names in for those of you that are NATA certified or BOC certified. Our next speaker is Brian Coulombe. Brian Coulombe has been a BOC certified athletic trainer for 19 years and has practiced clinically at the collegiate level during that entire time. Mr. Coulombe has spent the past 16 years at Texas Lutheran University as an assistant athletic trainer, head athletic trainer, and now the athletic training program director. Along with his educational duties at TLU, Mr. Coulombe continues to practice clinically by helping provide care for the Bulldog football program at all in-season practices and home games. Mr. Coulombe received his Bachelor of Science in Athletic Training from Sacramento State University and a Master's of Science in Athletic Training from West Virginia University. Currently, Mr. Coulombe is pursuing his doctorate of athletic training degree at Indiana State University. Using patient-reported outcome measures in clinical practice is the focus of his doctoral research, and Mr. Coulombe has presented on topics at regional athletic training conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Coulombe.
Oh, go Hornets.
Really? Right on. All right, thank you. Well, I don't have to stand there. Thank you, and it's been a long time since I've been down to Spats, and I need to come down more. And this is my first EBP presentation, so bear with me. Hopefully I don't bore the heck out of you guys today. I'm going to try to do a little bit different kind of approach than most of the EBP sessions that I've been to. A little bit more of a practical sense. In the introduction, I tried to make sure that you guys have an idea of my background, that I do still practice clinically, even though I've gone to the dark side and I'm an educator and I sit and have this relationship with my computer and forms and that kind of stuff. I still get out into the athletic training clinic and I work with patients and I try to be active. So I understand that day-to-day, grind that comes along with the athletic training world. A couple things as well. If you've been exposed to patient-reported outcome measures, there's a lot of foundational stuff that I have to go over. I mean, that's what if you look on the schedule, it's a foundational session. So there's a lot of foundational stuff that we need to get through. And I apologize if you've been exposed to that before. I'll try to get through as quick as I can. I do want to, like I said, I want to get to the practical side of things as well. You can see my objectives. I'm not a big reader off the slide, so if you're interested in what's on, read it, and then we'll go from there. So I think we'll start with the, oh no, not that one again. The classic EVP diagram, right? It's like, oh, not this again. We already, every time we have to start with this, it's just like a rule that we have to do. But I mean, ultimately, athletic training, we're a allied health profession. We want to be seen as an allied health profession. We want to be, in the conversation of medical providers and be respected, and we have an opinion. But to do that, we have to act like a healthcare provider. We have to act like another allied health profession. And when you look at allied health professions, we got, there's a number of recommendations and requirements of evidence-based medicine and evidence-based practice that we're doing. Hold on. So I start here really quick. I'll go through this from the clinical expertise part. Love it or hate it, whatever you think about the educational transition that's happening. All the changes in education is to create that clinical expert. You guys are sitting here in a conference and going to workshops and learning things and trying to become and expand your skills and become experts, and hopefully taking some of this stuff back to your clinical practice. And hopefully, when you take that stuff back, you see, does this stuff work for you? You do some practice-based research, or you get some of that practice-based evidence that, man, this stuff works for me. I do cold, for cold water immersion for recovery. Well, evidence says it doesn't work, but man, for me, my patients do well. And that's the cool stuff about the clinical expertise, is that we're in charge of that, and we can look at what we do in our clinic and how and what works for us, and take some of these outcome measures and establish that, no, this is work. Maybe there's not a lot of evidence for ice. We heard that yesterday, and it's kind of depressing because that's all we do sometimes. But look, if you collect some of these outcomes and you can establish some of your own clinical expertise, that's the cool part for me. I know I'm getting, hopefully I don't get on too many tangents here, but I'm getting a little bit excited. I'll move on. From the evidence side of things, it's frustrating. I mean, it's frustrating if you want to try to get something in the journal or any journal, really. It's frustrating because it takes so long. It's frustrating because so much goes in. You take one problem in athletic training, one problem, and it takes so much. There's so much little pieces that goes into that. It has to be kind of parsed out and studied and looked at, and then you start putting them together, and then you start doing reviews, and then you start doing the randomized controlled trials, and you finally get down to the reviews and clinical trials, and you finally get to a point that you have some kind of a guideline. Hey, maybe we should be doing some neuromuscular training. All right, but it takes so long, and so it's frustrating. I felt the pain, or it was very similar to me when Mark Merrick talked about the conclusions. How many times, if you read an article or if you read a randomized controlled trial, how many times do you see at the conclusion, not enough evidence, may help? It's frustrating. So I get that, and that's why sometimes the evidence part, it's a struggle. The last part of this, though, is where I think, or I see athletic training really struggling, is the patient, grabbing that patient value and that patient expectation and beliefs. And I think if you think back in your clinical practice of all the different patients you have all kinds of different patients, and you probably have the one that, like, man, if everybody could be like this person. And then you have the ones that just frustrate you, and you're like, you see somebody coming, and you're like, I don't want to do it, and they trap you, and you're stuck. There's all kinds of different things that we have to get to grasp. The patient perception and that whole person care is another recommendation from Institute of Medicine, World Health Organization, American Medical, all these alphabet soup groups that we're supposed to be. If we're a healthcare profession, if we're an allied health provider, we need to be doing some of this patient-centered care. So to do that, I think with that patient-centered care and that perception part just brings us into this concept of the disablement model. This is this is a wider view of it. If you have access to the online handouts, this is on there. I think this is a great diagram to kind of look at it and get kind of that idea. I'll go through it real quick. I could probably go for a long time on disablement, but Just real quick, we'll go through it. But really what a disablement model does, it just is a way of looking at an injury and looking at the person as a whole person and kind of getting all their expectations, their beliefs, what they're expecting out of their experience, out of their injury experience, and what you can expect as a clinician. So to go through it real quick, to give you a quick analogy or a quick example, a patient comes up at the middle of a game and says, "Man, my shoulder's hurting. I don't have the power. I can't push off. I'm an offensive lineman. I don't have any power to push off." So we start going through our evaluation, and you say, "All right, well, how long has this been bothering you?" And the response says, "Well, it's been about a month now. I've just been dealing with it." And that's where I get that question. Well, the obvious question is, well, where have you been? Right? You know where I am every day of my life for like 12 hours a day. Why don't you come see me? All right. The answer is within this disablement model. All right. So as we go through, we start doing our evaluation. It's the middle of a game. I'm not going to chastise this person right now. I'll save that for later, but I will. So we go through the evaluation. Go, man, your supraspinatus tendon is just super inflamed. You probably, it's been happening for a month. You've had previous injuries. You probably have some tendinopathy going on. And so when we get to the actual first part, that impairment part, this is where we excel. Athletic trainers, we know our anatomy. We know our healing process and our physiology. We know the mechanics. This is what we do. Right? So this is our wheelhouse. We're very good at the impairment stuff. So we know exactly what goes into a tendon injury in the shoulder and what that's going to do. We're very good at the second part as well. We can identify what's normal, what's abnormal. All right? We can go, look, you have poor strength. You have a poor range of motion. No wonder you can't push off. So this is where we excel in this disablement part. When we get to the functional part, functionally we start to we can still see something. We can see an athlete that can't run or can't do a certain activity. We can see some of this thing. If this offensive lineman is getting pancaked every time, we can see that, right? But now is where we also have to start relying a little bit on them, all right? If this is what I see right here, if in the midst of a football game, if I'm watching my offensive lineman who told me his shoulder hurts, and I'm seeing him block, and he blocks, and the running back runs right by him, I'm going, okay, he blocked, right? What I don't see is what he's perceiving as, I don't have the power to push off. I'm used to pushing that guy and put him on his butt. I can't do that, all right? So this is where we start to rely on what they're telling us. Another example, have you ever had the person say a lower extremity injury, like a knee injury, and they'll say, yeah, it feels okay, but I just can't cut. I mean, it feels like whenever I go to cut, it just feels weird. What do I do with weird? What do I do with that? It just feels like I can't, or it feels like it's loose, or it feels like this. And those are the things that we start to get their information and their perception of what's going on. And so once and then there's a big range of this functional limitation. And so then we get into as that functional limitation progresses, then we start to get into that the fact of the disablement, all right? And this is why they don't come in earlier, because they're able to do what their responsibilities and what they want to do. They're able to continue. And so even if he doesn't have the power to push off, if he can still block, he's going to keep playing, and so it really comes down to what the expectation that patient has and what their responsibilities are. We can take this to a non-athletic example. If we're talking about somebody who goes to work every day, and they have a shoulder pain, they're starting to struggle with it. If they can continue to do and perform, they're probably going to continue to do that until they get to a point where the functional limitations become overwhelming and they can't do something. A lot of times people will just adapt and they'll find a different way. But that's what when you get to that disability part is, all right, now I can't do something. And then how that relates or how that affects that whole person. And here's where we get to that whole person care, patient-centered care. The fact that I can't be an offensive lineman. I lose my starting job. The way that affects that person as a whole. When you talk about a football player, who all they do is play football, and all they've done since this stall is play football, and now we've taken that away for an extended period of time, that has a pretty big effect, right? If that's who they see themselves as, yes, that has a big effect. It could have, we can be talking about other, from societal stuff. It's really, what responsibilities do I have? Does this person have a job that they have to fulfill? Does this person, if we're talking about a high school kid, does this person have chores or something around the house or the ranch that he has to help dad with? And now, because of this shoulder issue, that's taken away, and that puts some significant mental strain on that person. And so now we start to affect some of that other stuff. And so that's where the disability concept just kind of gets to the point of, all right, what is the difference between what I can do and what I need to do, what I want to do, what my responsibilities are, and where is that level? If it becomes to a point where I cannot do that, then it starts to affect the person. And so that's a lot of times why people don't come in. I mean, think of your own aches and pains and bruises. Right? Athletic trainers make the worst patients sometimes. And we can say that of a lot of medical professions. We know, hey, yeah, I know I should do, but do we do it? Some of us do. Some of us don't, because it's not a priority. Right? It's not that priority right now. Yeah, I got a little soreness. I'll deal with that later. And you kind of keep going. So I start, this is a good time to kind of ask the question. If I ask this question right now, I'm guessing I would get an overwhelming response, but do you think you have a positive impact in your patients' lives? When there's an injury, all right, when there's an injury and you go and intervene and you do all your treatment, care, rehab, whatever you do, are they better off because you help them? Because I promise you, I mean, we're all thinking, well, yeah, of course, I've seen it. But I promise you that person's going to heal no matter what we do. Now, do we, our intent is to intervene and make their lives better, and get them back better and more quickly than they would without us. But how do we know? How do we know that our interventions help? And that's what I talk about now is I go into this evidence part. How do we know? The first part that we do, and all of you, if you're not asleep right now, if you're into it and you heard that question, you're thinking, well, yeah, I know, because I see swelling, I see swelling, and then it goes away, and I see range of motion deficits, and then it gets better, right? So the clinical or the disease-oriented evidence is easy. Again, this is about the impairment. This is our wheelhouse. This is what we do. How many times have we seen a sprained ankle, seen the motion deficits, the strength deficits? You got a 2 out of 5 7 days ago, and today you're at 5 out of 5. I did that. Look at me. So we have some good evidence that we can look at. What we may not do a good job is getting the evidence from the patient. Now we ask, hey, how's it feel today? How's this? How's that? But getting some of their perspective and some of that information of, yeah, I'm walking normal, but when I'm going upstairs, it just doesn't feel right. Or the random comments that's going on. When we start looking, it's easy with. Let me go back. I wanted the laser. When we have that symptom improvement, and you can, that's the easy part. But then the other part is that health-related quality of life, that wide-angle view of health that we can take a look at and look at the whole person and really how this injury and this event is affecting their overall wellness, because it's more than just the physical wellness that we'll deal with. When we look at the simple things like, and I do this for a long time. And I still do. I ask in an evaluation, how are you sleeping? The injury happened yesterday, and they're in the clinic today, and I'm doing an evaluation or reevaluation. I'll say, how'd you sleep last night? Were you able to sleep through the night? Originally, my intent was just to get an idea of how bad it hurts, right? So, can they get into a spot of rest and then sleep? That kind of gives me, I use that as a measure of how bad this thing is really bothering them. But what about if they tell you, man, it was hurting me, it was killing me all night. I slept for like 3 hours, and then I was tossing and turning. I couldn't find it comfortable. Every time I moved, it hurt. Right? So yeah, the pain part you get, but you also get the part that this person slept 3 hours. Right? They did not get enough sleep. Do you think sleep is important for healing? Well, yeah. You know, and so we're getting some ideas here. We're getting some a bigger view of what's going on. Does this person, you know, have to drive? You know, if this is an ankle injury, does this person have to drive? Well, I have to go pick up my brother, and you know, I have siblings that I have to take around and chauffeur around. I have to do that. Mom's at work, right? And so how that ankle injury affects the person, it's a big deal, right? Going up and down stairs. You know, you may get to a point after that 7 days of an ankle sprain, and you saw all the swelling, the edema's gone, and your motion's back, and you got good strength, and you're feeling really good. And then that person gets home and they can't get up the stairs without pain, or they have to sit there and use that rail and kind of get themselves up. They don't feel like they're better. You feel like they're better. You feel like, man, this person's a lot better. I'm doing a dang good job. Pat myself on the back, but that person gets home and they go, man, my ankle. I am still dealing with that ankle, and they still have that. And that's that disability part. How much of that person's life is affected by the disablement? Because really, they don't, like I said, they don't feel like they're getting as better, not as much as we feel like they're getting better. From a patient or from the health-related quality of life. Again, that just, you know, I just wanted to reiterate the different personal beliefs and expectations. How many people have patients right now that have an amazing pain tolerance? And then the other side, they have no pain tolerance. You know, you ask them, hey, you know, scale of 1 to 10, give me your pain. Oh, it's 9.5. And you're like, I saw you take off your jacket. 9.5 don't just take off the jacket, right? So it's not a 9.5. And now let me tell you what a 9.5 actually is. And you come up with some kind of, you know, I always, since I, you know, not female, I can't use childbirth, but I had to try to come up with some kind of descriptor of 9.5 is bad. But there's, you know, their history of interacting with pain and injury pulls into that, and you see that with kids all the time. What happens when the little child falls down and they're like that moment of what just happened, right? If there's that, you know, whatever that response was, and a lot of us are like, get up, come on, you're not hurt, let's go, because you don't want them to realize that this is not a, you know, we want them to kind of associate that this is not a big deal. It depends on what that person's experience is on how they're going to react to the injury. Sometimes the opposite side with the people that have the too high pain tolerance, and they just keep going. You know, you got to stop because you're damaging, and they're like, no, I'm good. Right? So there's a lot of things. The other things on expectations and experiences. How many times have we, you know, if you think about your patient experiences, and you go, the person that doesn't want to go to the doctor no matter what. You know, I don't do doctors. No doctors. Not for me. And that's just, you know, personally, there, you know, it may be seen as a weakness in the family if you go to the doctor. Anybody had the parent that does that? He's soft. We're not going. He's going to be fine. And they'll kind of, you know, just brush that off. And you're like, no, you probably need to go get an X-ray. No. I mean, they'll be fine. Other extreme is you tell somebody, you counsel. You probably spend way too much time doing this too. You counsel somebody that you have a strained muscle. Your hamstring is strained. Okay, go home. You give them all this kind of, and what do? Do I need to go to the hospital? No, please don't go to the hospital. You don't need to go to the doctor. We don't need to do anything. You just need to rest and do, you know, these care principles that I give you. And what happens? They come back the next day. Went to the hospital. Right? Yeah, I was hurting, and my mom just, you know, she just took me to the hospital. Great. What'd they tell you? They said I strained my hamstring. Yeah, that's what I said. Right? And you know, you guys are all laughing because this is like the common experience that goes on. But we have to realize that, you know, patients are coming from all different backgrounds and expectations, and that all feeds into what they do. Not that it doesn't mean it's frustrating. You know, not that I'm saying, yeah, don't be frustrated. Just, you know, realize it. No, it's still frustrating, but we can also just get an idea of every person's expectation is different, and their engagement in what we want them to do obviously is going to be different, and how can we affect that? So a couple things on the health-related quality of life. I'll throw up a couple of literature stuff. The first one was done in collegiate soccer players in the off season, in their conditioning, in their non-traditional season. And really the highlights here is that sport participation does not negatively affect health-related quality of life. You know, and you're thinking, okay, well, that makes sense. The better one that I saw, or that I took away from that, was that those who did have decreases and changes in their health-related quality of life, it was related to other outside factors, the personal, the societal, injury situations. And so there's, basically that athletes are affected by, outside stuff. Huh, really? That's surprising. But we needed to research, we needed some evidence to do that. The second one is, and there's a lot of, I could probably sit up here for the whole time, throwing up articles and explaining each one. The second one is the health-related quality of life in a specific injury, specifically in chronic ankle instability patients. And so, not surprisingly, if somebody has a chronic unstable ankle, they don't have a good quality of life. Now, these are people that this is a population that is participating in their sport, right? So, as athletic trainers, we've become very good at getting people on the field. I can get that person back, and sometimes I think we that's our main focus, and we lose sight of the person. But man, I can give you a stable ankle. Trust me. I can brace and tape, and I can do all kinds of stuff. I'll give you a stable ankle so you can go out and perform. But their health-related quality of life when they go home suffers, and so there is some significant changes in their overall quality of life. The other cool part, and so it's like the second one is always the better one. The second one there is, to me, the better one, is that if you look at when you look at healthy population, health-related quality of life, and just people that are coping with an ankle sprain. Grade 1, grade 2, I'm getting better, I'm going through it, coping with that ankle sprain, no change. All right, so that tells me that a simple injury and recovery process, not a huge deal. We don't have to throw up lights and sirens and get them to the psychiatrist and do a bunch of crazy stuff. We have a window here, and so there's some interesting things about that. So when we get to that, we talked about the evidence, and I've talked about that practice-based research, getting your evidence to guide your practice, and how do we do that? We collect our outcomes, and we measure what we do. Again, clinician-rated outcomes, this is what we do. This is our wheelhouse. We look at these things. This is what we've been trained to do. This is what we're very good at, and the misperception sometimes that we take, and it's easy to fall into this, as a clinician, we are focused on the physiology. When we see physiology getting better, when we see this person is now balancing, this person is back to within 10% of their preseason vertical jump. Okay, we see that and we go, man, that's success. The physiology, we're basically people repair person, that's what we do. And so we get excited about that. That's the stuff that we measure. Hopefully, and I mentioned earlier about this clinical expertise, hopefully you guys do that in some form, because you measure, you see something at a conference, you go, man, I'm gonna start doing that. And then you measure how it works. And if it works good for your practice, you kind of keep going. If it doesn't work and takes too much time or it's too expensive, then you don't. And that's that practice-based evidence. And trying to collect that a little bit more on a formal level is important. It is important to be that evidence-based clinician that we want. The biggest thing, though, and I mentioned this with the stairs, I've mentioned this a couple times, and I've alluded to this, the problem with focusing on just the physiology part is that our improved clinical outcomes don't always relate to physical performance and improved physical performance. If we take a picture with that same, we'll go with the ankle. We won't go with the obvious and do shoulder. We'll go with an ankle injury, all right? So this person sprains their ankle, and we work our butts off. And we go through a 7 to 10 day, maybe 10 days of rehab, and we start the running progression, we start doing some jogging, we start we get them going, we get them doing some stop start shuffling, we do all kinds of crazy stuff that we and they're getting better, and we finally get to a point we may even do a functional test We may even do a return to play test because, dang it, we are clinicians and we're going to do our, the best job that we can. And so they pass our test and we go, you're ready to go. I'm going to pat myself on the back and I did a great job. Go get him, Tiger. At least I call my athletes Tiger. I don't know about you. But when they get out there and they take that step, there's that report. There's that, it doesn't feel right. Feels like it's loose. Feels like this. And you're like, I don't know what to do with that. All right, and you work a little bit more with them. I don't have the power. I can't take that step. And here's the deal. If they do tell you that, well, good for them. And then you had that opportunity. A lot of times they don't tell you. All right. A lot of times they're so focused on the fact that you, the clinician, the expert in healing people, has told them they're good to go. And we've made that decision based on our clinical evidence. And I've told you, you are good to go. And that person walks away, especially if they're high school or in most college. They walk away going, I guess I'm good to go. And I have, and I've done all these tests, and so I'm good to go. And so when they do get out there and they can't do what they did before their injury, again, they start to go, all right, is this disablement? Can I overcome this? And they start to figure out a way to accomplish their task. If they're not doing the activity at the exact level they were, maybe they lost their speed. Maybe there's something and they won't just they just won't take that big step. They're short striding. And have you ever had this conversation with your coaching staff and go, look, coach, from my end, he's good. All right, from my end, anything else, it's y'all. You do what you do on the coaching side, but I can tell you that ankle's ready to go. All right, that ankle may be ready to go, but that person's not ready to go. And there's something going on. There's something that we can do. And because usually what happens if they do change their mechanics, then what happens? We start taking a shorter stride. We're using more upper body. We're using more shoulder. All of a sudden, now we have a shoulder injury. Now this kid's in your clinic with a shoulder injury going, just can't catch a break. First it was my ankle, now it's my arm. I'm cursed. No, not cursed, but we just, I think as athletic trainers, we can probably do a little bit better job capturing some of the different things that are going on and intervene and prevent that shoulder injury. That's kind of our deal. So this is what this whole thing is leading me to is this patient-reported outcomes measures and let's see what time it is. And actually talking with the patient and seeing what their perception is, what their expectation is, where what they have to do, what they want to do, and so gathering information from them on a personal level. These are just simple, when we talk about patient-reported outcome measures, they're just simple patient-completed surveys that they rate certain things. There's all different types. There's generic, the generic types are typically the ones that give you a little bit more wider view of that health-related quality of life. And then they have the more specific ones that they focus in on a specific area, like the shoulder or ankle or that kind of stuff. There are a number of reported benefits that patient-reported outcome measures get in when you involve them in healthcare. And I've listed a number of them up here. The couple that I want to just highlight real quick is number one, the communication part. Right, patient communication, interacting with that patient, and getting a lot of the patient said it was a much better way to interact with the clinician from a goal setting. Right, when just in your head, when you work with a patient and it's time for rehab and you're filling out your whatever sheet you fill out, do you put goals on there? I mean, do you write down, all right, the goals? And if you do, typically, I'm going to guess, I'm going to go on a limb here, and say the goals are probably, well, my goal is to reduce swelling, increase range of motion, increase strength, functional activity, all clinician-rated stuff. All right? I don't think if we interact with our patients and go, look, what's going on, and we capture some of the stuff of what they're dealing with and what their expectation is for how they have to live. It may be the first goal is I need to get up and down the stairs. All right, I live on the 3rd floor. Getting up and down stairs is a very important. So that goal setting process was one of the big ones. The other one on the communication side is interacting with other healthcare providers. Other healthcare providers, the other healthcare providers are using patient-reported outcomes. And so as we start to interact with other healthcare providers, and we're talking with, with this terminology, patient-reported outcomes, we look like we're part of the group. We look like we're an allied health profession. So that interaction with other healthcare providers. So a number of professions are using this. Now it's not 100%. They're not great. And so if you can look into each one of these areas and say, all right, well, how much of these measures really being used? I'm not going to look at all of them, but I'll pick on physical therapy because athletic training likes to pick on physical therapy. Anywhere between 50 and 70%. All right. Now, granted, this is for the most part, the majority of physical therapists are in a much different setting than the majority of athletic trainers. All right. And so I get that. And so I don't expect us to be into that realm. Yes, they may have more time. They have a lot more insurance issues to deal with. And so insurance companies want proof that the treatments are working and are effective. So yes, you can get some decent numbers. There is, what about athletic trainers? There is one study that's published that, look at, does this profession, athletic training, are there patient-reported outcome measures being used in clinical practice? If you haven't looked online, and hopefully most of you haven't, if you haven't looked online, just kind of get a number in your head of how many of the people that they surveyed. What percentage do you think of athletic trainers are using patient-reported outcome measures in their clinical practice? Just kind of think about it. What do you got? 20%. Okay. Well, we'll see. I thought it was going to be really low. When I saw this, when I opened this article, I go, hey, look, we actually did one. That's great. And I looked at this, and I saw this article, and I'm going, oh, this is going to be bad. Okay, here we go. Better than I thought. I looked at that and I go, 26%. Hey, that's not a bad place to start. But then you read the article. You can read the abstract. You guys just do that. And you look at the abstract part and go, oh, okay, I'm good. I couldn't do that when I'm doing my lip review for my research. But yeah, so I look at the abstract. Oh, 26%. That's pretty good. As you start reading, the numbers get a little bit more depressing because of that 26% that are using them, half were forced to. They were forced to by their employer. All right, well, that doesn't really make it that much better now. It kind of makes it a little bit worse. So a couple things, and I wanted to dive into this one. This is the only really research that is done on athletic trainers using patient-reported outcome measures. Couple side notes here. I know this group, Valier, is out of A.T. Still University. I know this group has another follow-up, article that has been approved for publication in the journal. It'll be out soon, and they tried to adjust some of the things. And my other side note here is, if just a suggestion, if you ever want to do an EBP topic, pick one that there's not a lot of research. That's what I do. But all right, so looking into the numbers a little bit more, when you look at the ones now, that 26%, even though they were made to, a lot of them were made to, that 26% using them reported that there's some, the similar benefits that other healthcare providers are reporting by using patient-reported outcomes. And so communication being by far the highest one. When you look at the barriers, the obvious one, and I know all of you right now are sitting here going, I don't have time for this. I ain't got time for that, right? We don't, we're so busy, and I get that. Don't worry, I get it, and we'll address that. Time is the major issue. The scoring and interpretation part, yeah, that's a barrier, but that can be overcome pretty easily. That's not a huge deal. For those athletic trainers that were not using them, again, their barriers were primarily time, and then a little bit higher on the fact that I don't know how to do these, so the actual scoring part, I don't know that. So that would be the barrier. Basically, athletic training has a long way to go before we actually can call ourselves patient-centered. And so what I want to try to do for the rest of the time is just kind of give you an idea of what we did at Texas Lutheran. And so I got interested in these patient-reported outcome measures, and I went back and said, hey, we should do this. And I have a great rest of the staff at Texas Lutheran. Like, okay, well, what do you want to do? We start talking about this, and it's, there are some challenges, and there are some things that I want you to kind of have an idea. The first thing we did is we formalized hey, how you feel today? Rate your pain. We formalized that a little bit. Just do a simple pain scale, but written down. Instead of just talking to a person, go, hey, how's it feel? 1 to 10, give me a number. Oh, 7. We formalized it a little bit. This year, this is the scale that we're going to use this year. This past year, we used just a simple numeric rating scale where we had a 1 through 10 type deal. If you're looking for this, I like this one because it gives you the descriptors underneath there. So it kind of gives some ideas of all right. So now I can kind of qualify. I don't have to come up with if you put your hand in a vise and I cranked it down, that's it. I don't have to come up with any kind of reference on what a 10 is. We at least have some context here to go off of. This is the Wong-Baker. Google either way, there you'll find it, and these little faces will come up. We started doing this simple outcome measure. This is a simple pain outcome. All right, we can't see pain. This is not pain. We can't clinically see. Right? If somebody goes, yeah, I have this shooting pain that goes down my leg. It's not like we go, yeah, I can see that going right down there. We can't see that. This is their perception. All right. And I know, this is where we get into that conversation. Well, some have good pain tolerance, some have bad pain tolerance. That is true. Never going to stop that. All right. So now, what are we dealing with? What kind of patient are we dealing with when we do stuff? So we started doing this on a regular basis, at rest, at the time of injury, at what's the best that it feels during the day, all kinds of different things. We also started using the global rating of change scale. There are a number of global change outcome measures, global change of function, all kinds of stuff. But this was just a simple one question. Hey, since you got hurt and started your treatment, how have you been? Just rate that from start to finish. And so we picked 2 really quick, easy questions that we can just ask a person, and we had numbers that we could quantify and record outcomes and then track that. This person improved on their pain scale from a 7 down to a 3. That's improvement. We had a person that started at a -2 and now they're at a 6. That's a big improvement. That's a significant change. Yay for us. Or the opposite. Actually, the opposite happened a number of times, which was interesting. That we took, and this was, personal patient of mine. Worked with this person, classic ankle, right? Ankle sprain. Worked with them, got them back to a point where, hey, we're taping you up and we're functionally testing you, and I think it's, I'm going to give you the clearance to go. Yes. Just real quick, let me get you to fill this out. Just circle where you are, and puts down there a somewhat better. And I kind of go, that's interesting that I have cleared you to play physiologically, and you're ready to go play football and go beat yourself up and get beat up and hopefully beat up somebody else more than you get beat up. But you're only somewhat better. I was hoping for a lot more. Right? I was hoping for a lot better. And so what that does, all that didn't change the way I practice. I didn't go, well, hey, maybe you're not going back to practice. I didn't do that. But what I did is I go, okay, what do you still got going? And I had that conversation of, all right, what is still left in your mind that we need to cover? All right. And then it was an educational piece that, all right, you need to keep getting your butt in here and we will keep working on this. All right. We're not done. Now, we always say that, but how many times do they we get a couple that come in and they're, our athletic training room junkies that are always there and our favorite. But the wide majority, once we say go back to play, they're gone until they get hurt again. Right? And a lot of them actually do get hurt again. So the final one that we did, and so this was my thought, we're going to do the pain scale, we're going to do the global rating of change, and then we're going to do this disability in the physically active scale. And all of these are, you can just Google these and you'll find them, in a heartbeat. But this one here, a little bit longer, obviously, 16 questions, still pretty brief. It doesn't take very long for a patient to fill this out, and it gets you a good, if you can look up here. I do have a laser. No laser. But if you look, if you can see it, or if you see it in the slides or look on it, the first part is your typical. There's pain, there's function, and there's all that kind of stuff. And then you kind of get down into some of the more health-related quality of life down toward the end. How does it on your personal side? And I can tell you from our experience, by far, most of the people that we had fill this out, it was about what you would expect. All right, we're doing a long rehab, and I give this person, they're going to circle, moderate to severe on their pain. They circle my function. I can't go up and down stairs, so my function. And then they got down to the health-related quality of life, and then it was all the way back over to, nah, no big deal. I'm like, all right, why are we doing this? There were a couple. And I'm going to ask this question. This is a rhetorical question. Have you ever had, because I know the answer, have you ever had the situation where there's two very, very similar injuries, if not the same injury, ACL. Hey, we're buddies. We're going to be rehab buddies. Yay. It's not how we wanted to be buddies. But one of them, after their surgery, about the same time, one of them just takes off and starts just cranking it out, doing real good. The other one struggles. How come he's doing that? Because you still have a big swollen knee, and we can't get your extension back. And that's what, and so that is the kind of stuff. And then we go, well, why? Is it because that person's physiology is different? Do they have a different knee? Do they have was their graft compromised? Maybe, but most likely, the chances are there's something else going on. That exact situation happened to TLU. We had somebody when I told you about that football player who lost their identity, starting football player, played football his whole life, started everywhere he's been. And he got hurt. And his starting job goes to somebody else. His social group, his connection, he sees some other clown. There's this freshman coming in, and now he's all, chummy, huh? Yeah, that's great. It affected him. He was not, he didn't say that, he still tried to hobble along. Everyone was, hey, we're going to, practice over. We're going to get some food. Let's go. That's how they walk. No, they just walk off. And what's he doing? He's like, all right, I guess I'll just see you there. And there's not that affected him, and he just didn't have the attitude and the zest to get after some of the stuff that he had to get after. So anyway, disability of physically active scale is one of the other ones we use, and I'll kind of give you an idea of what we did. A lot of stuff to kind of go through and figure out. All right, how are we going to fit it in? And I put this picture up because I understand the business of an afternoon. I understand there's 100 things going. People are going, hey, what about me? Hey, can I do this? Can I do this? And you're like, sometimes. So I know that's not the time to go, hey, you know what? How about a survey? If you'll just take just a brief moment and fill this out. And let me score it now. Hold on. I'll be right there. No, we're not going to do that. I understand there's some time management. But then the bigger ones is like, right, when are we going to do this? What do we do with the information? Right now that we've collected all this stuff, and I got numbers. Yay, I got numbers. What do I do with it? What did I do with it? What did we do with it? We looked at it. We didn't really do much this year. This year was all about, can we fit this in? And we could. And now we can start, figuring out how we're gonna use this stuff. The final thing that before I want to get to just real quick the highlights of what we did is the scoring and the what to do with the information, what that information means. I put the term psychometrics up there because it's a fancy $10 word, and I still owe for that. But that's what you look up. If you're looking at a specific outcome measure and you want to know what the scores mean, you can, if you want to search evidence, you can look at psychometrics. The next two are pretty important. If you get a 48 on the disability in the physically active scale, well, is that good or is that bad? Because some are it's different. Some a higher score means you're better. Some like in the DPA it's a the higher the score, the more disabled the person is. And then that MCID, the minimal clinically important difference. That's just the one that says, all right, I got to change, but is it significant enough? Does it mean the person's actually better? So I got a 48 the first time I took that DPA. The next time I get a 45. Hey, I got better. Not really. That's not a big enough change to actually to get to that. So that's those are the things that we looked at. All right, we want to know how the heck to score it. What does a score mean? And then what is a change? What kind of change are we looking for? If I won't go from a 48 on that outcome measure to a 35, that's a significant change. We know that there's improvement there that's happening. And so that's the DPA, and you can kind of see some of the reliability and that kind of stuff. Same thing with the global rating of change. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm trying to go quick and not wear you out a little bit. This is what we did. These are the outcome measures that we used. The first one is a kind of a random one. We did for headaches and concussions, we did the HIT 6. It's a simple 6-question deal. We did it as a baseline for when we did our screening, all the paperwork. We just gave them this and they just circled. To get an idea of where your headaches are. Are you a chronic migraine or chronic headache person already? And then, what happens after a concussion happens. We really did this mainly to kind of try to get an idea, capture an idea of how bad is there any correlation with how bad their headache is with, if we have to kind of intervene on the academic side. We didn't like just everybody who gets a concussion. We call all the professors and tell them to, hey, give them more time and give them some more time on the assignments and let them take tests later and do all that. Because obviously, newsflash, some people will take advantage of that. So we're trying to figure out that and see if there's anything to that. The numeric rating scale for pain and the GROC, we put those on a sheet, and those are on all of our clipboards. That's the pain scale that we used last year. They've now been updated to have some smiley faces and not so smiley faces, but they're on our clipboard. So when we're doing evaluations, they're right there. We laminated one and we put it in the rehab area. So when we're working with some kiddos, we can go, all right, hey, real quick, look at this and just give me a number, and we can jot that down. Really easy. This stuff is super easy to do. It didn't take up any of our time. When we did the disability and the physically active scale, those are the ones that we knew were going to be long-term. All right, so those are our ACL patients, or maybe an MCL, a complete third-degree MCL that we know, dude, you're going to be with us for like the next 6 weeks. So we would do it at least at the beginning, within the first couple of days of the injury, and then at least at the return to play time, and then depending on how long that was, we might do it a couple times in between. We didn't have a set schedule. We weren't like, ding, it's been 30 days. It's time for you. We didn't do that. We just kind of, as the clinician was working and did that. And then you see at the bottom, I put a bunch of other, fancy names and abbreviations. We did these as we started getting used to this. We started going and started to get some specific ones and on our ankle stuff, and because we have a lot of ankle injuries that go, and shoulder injuries and back stuff. So we did those. When you get to those, there's a cool site I wanted to show you. You can write down orthoscores.com is the website. It takes you to this. This is a screenshot of that website, and then what you have is all these different clinician and patient completed outcome measures that you can click on. And let's click on the foot and ankle disability index, just because I like saying fatty. Sorry, I'm almost done. I'm getting to the point. But the cool part is you can have them fill it out right there on the computer screen. And so you can print it off, or you can have them do it on the computer. If you have a tablet, that's what we had. I run on my tablet and just boom, push some buttons. It scores it for you, and you're done. Now I have a score. It does not save anything, so it doesn't. There's no health privacy information that gets logged somewhere. It's just a simple do it on the web page and go. Right? So orthoscores.com, there's all kinds of stuff on there that you can use. So that's what we did. I can tell you from our experience to this practice-based evidence that we're trying to get to, is this stuff working? I can tell you what we did here for us, it worked. The single question measures were very easy to work with. The longer rehabs, we did that. I'm not asking or not suggesting that every single patient that comes in with, hey, my arm hurts. I'm not telling them to give them a survey. All right, we're not the doctor's office, but there are some things that I think if we start to these longer stuff, the more involved stuff, we start to act like a healthcare professional and provide some of the patient-centered care. That'll help the profession of athletic training. I know, it's like, is he done yet? Final thing, we did a patient satisfaction survey, mainly, for not just for this, just to evaluate this, but for other stuff. But these questions right here went to our returning patients. The patients that they knew us before we started asking them all these questions, and now they knew us afterwards. And we tried to ask, look, did this, do you think this helped? Do you think this hurt? And what was your thought? A little bit different. I think most of them, on that first one, most of them really didn't really care, or a lot of them just like, yeah, I guess it, they were kind of indifferent to it. The one that I really focused on was, hey, how much more time did this take? Do you feel like this took more time out of your life in our clinic? And most of them said no, and so that was encouraging. Bottom line, you can see the bottom line, and basically I'll just kind of end here with the fact that I think we need to be aware of the disablement model and the concept of disability, and really the ultimate outcome of that is patients are different, and the difference between a clinical sign being good and the patient experience is way different. Most of the time, it's going to be about the same. All right, so luckily for us, most of the time it's the same. But there are cases that sometimes when we say you're good to go, the person is, no, I'm not. And what other information can we grasp to help them, and not to get to that point? And we can do that before they get to that. All right, I do have a lot of references, and you can look at that on the little handouts deal and look at those if you're interested in it. But thank you. Oh, I didn't do your pen. I don't think I did too bad. I had an hour?
No, you did great.
For an hour?
Yeah, you did
Yeah,
great.
so I was
You're actually
I think
4 minutes early.
I think I started a little bit late, and I still got us out here. I tried.
See, people like you.
Yeah.
For sure.
I'm trying to. I know I'm sensitive to the fact.
All right,
that
guys,
I'm
let's
late.
give away some door prizes. First is going to be a $15 gift card to Subway. Goes to Rob Montoya. Where's Rob? There he is. You guys do the drawing. Next, we're going to give away a $15 gift card to Starbucks. Jessica Beeman. Jessica? Is Jessica here? Next. Jennifer Murphy. Oops. And she could have used it, probably, if y'all saw her last night. Bree Hodges. Bree Hodges from Temple. Where? Right there. There you go. Awesome. This is going to be a $25 Visa gift card. You can spend it anywhere from Doctor's Hospital at Renaissance. Jennifer Kramer. Jennifer Kramer, right there in the back. We're going to give away a $15 Dairy Queen gift card. Brian Boyls-White. Is he here?
Yeah, he's right there.
Where?
He's coming.
Oh. All right. Next, we're going to give away this is a Tom and Jerry's long sleeve shirt. Pretty nice. And that goes to Lauren Dillon. Lauren Dillon, right there. We're going to give away a sling bag from Alert Services. Sling bag from Alert Services. Tony Munoz. Where's Big Tony? There he is. From Hazak Sports. Hazak Sports, one of the water bottle fillers, ice fillers, very handy contraption. I've got a couple. David Bowman, Cedar Park. Where's he at? Is he here? David Bowman? Nope. Amber King. Amber King. Where's she at? There she is over there. All right. $50 in cash. $50 in cash is going to go to San Juanita Signs. Oh my gosh, that's my partner. And she did not show up this morning. Huh? Alfred Castillo. I saw Alfred. He's back there in the back. $50 cash. Last but not least, $100 cash. $100 in cash. It's just like Vegas. Martha Jimenez. Martha Jimenez. There you go, from Texas A&M Kingsville. Oh, one last but not least, we've got a gift basket from South Padre Island Convention and Visitor Bureau. Gift basket, got candles and beach stuff in it. Philip Jones, Austin Akins, right over there. Congratulations. We'll see you guys at the end of the sessions.
Our next presenter is Andrew Cage. Andrew Cage is currently in his third year as the head athletic trainer for the University of Texas at Tyler Sports Medicine Department. Over the past 3 years, Andrew has overseen an athletic training staff that has provided healthcare for an athletics department that has won over 24 American Southwest Conference championships and achieved many successes in the NCAA Division III postseason. Andrew also teaches multiple upper level courses within the UT Tyler Health and Kinesiology Department. In addition to his work for UT Tyler, Andrew serves as the annual workshop committee chair for the East Texas Athletic Trainers Association and the vice chair of the American Southwest Conference Athletic Training Group, while continuing to work on presentations at the state, district, and national levels. Please welcome Andrew Cage.
Is this on? Yep. All right. Well, thank you again for the Valley Athletic Trainers Association for having me here at SPATS. This is my third year in a row, and I can echo a lot of the folks' statements that I've already said. This is one of the best conferences to come and present at. So before we get started, we do have to go through some disclosures. I did have financial assistance from the Valley Athletic Trainers Association to come out here for this conference. However, outside of that, I don't have any commercial interest or any commercial representations. So let's get into this, and we're going to start off with the most obvious question that most of you guys probably had for this presentation, which is going to be, what is a glass cannon? We hear the part about the high maintenance, high talent athletes, but when we're talking about a glass cannon, this is where my nerd side comes out a little bit. And it's actually going to be a gamer term. And whenever you're talking about a glass cannon, this is something that's incredibly powerful, has great offense, but you hit it one time and it's done. Doesn't work after that. Realistically speaking, we don't really know what that means for athletic training if this is all we have to go off of. So we have to figure out what that means for us. And like John said, whenever I was talking about UT Tyler, we have some very successful athletics programs, and they're successful because of the student athletes that are in those programs. So we have a patient population that's used to performing at a high level. However, there were some trends we started to notice as time went on. So to kind of talk about what the glass cannon is, we have 4 cases to talk about to start with. Our first one is going to be a collegiate baseball player that came to us when he was 21 years old. He was a collegiate or junior college transfer that was a second and third baseman during his time with us. And we'll start with his accolades. So this guy was 2-time all-conference. From the second he walked on campus, he was one of the best players in the conference. He was also one of our best statistical players. He batted .377 and finished his season with 7 doubles and 2 home runs. So for a middle infielder, those are fairly decent statistics. On the opposite side of that, he also was dealing with IT band friction syndrome that was in conjunction with the previous tibial plateau fracture. He had scapular dyskinesis, triceps brachii tendinitis, and multiple rib subluxations. And with him, kind of the biggest injury that he ran into was a partial thickness supraspinatus tear that ultimately we had to have surgically debrided so that way it could scar down and heal properly. So there we go. So right in there you can see where he had a pretty significant tear. So again, lots of accolades, lots of injuries. Next athlete on the opposite side of the sports world is going to be a 22-year-old distance runner that we had. Now with this athlete here, he was one of our middle distance guys, ran the 800 and the 1500. Spent his time with us earning the Outstanding Athletic or Male Track Athlete of the Year award, as well as being a conference championship in the 1500 and the 800. So this again is another very talented athlete. And when we talk about him having IT band friction syndrome, this is going to make a little more sense than our baseball player because he's running on uneven surfaces, he's running long distances. It's pretty natural for something in your lower extremity to start hurting after that. He also ended up having a nagging soleus strain that over time started to develop into Achilles tendonitis despite best efforts with rehab. And then also developed hamstring tendonitis and snapping hip syndrome, which we found later on was related to trochanteric bursitis. So again, a lot of these injuries make a lot of sense for a distance runner, but it's just the amount and the sheer volume of injuries that you're having in just this one successful athlete. So our third case is going to be a 21-year-old female collegiate softball player, and she was one of the pitchers for her team. And over her time with us, she was a 4-time All-American. She was a 4-time All-Region player. She was the conference pitcher of the year. She was all conference. And she was all divisions. So this is a girl that was probably one of the better pitchers that has come through the NCAA Division III level. But whenever we were managing her care, once again, IT band friction syndrome rears its head. She also developed some scapular dyskinesis and had some chronic ankle instability to the point to where she was having to wear a brace to pitch every game, even though she was not hitting or base running or anything of that nature. She also had hypoglycemia, which again, that can be kind of tied more behavioral related. And then she also developed multiple blisters, which again, it doesn't make too far of a stretch for us to sit there and think that this is what this girl had going on. But again, we're looking at volume of injuries versus types of injuries here. And then our last subject, or case number 4, was a 22-year-old baseball player that played outfield and designated hitter during his 2 years with us. Again, it's another JUCO transfer, another good athlete. And over his time with us, he was the player of the year in our conference. He was the conference newcomer of the year the same year, first team all-division, first team all-region, honorable mention All-American, and then his last year he wrapped it up with first team all-conference and third team all-region honors. Now when we go through his injury list though, we start off with lateral ankle sprains, and he developed chronic ankle instability at that point. He had hamstring strains, he had groin strains, multiple rib subluxations, several concussions, labrum tear, and a subscapularis rupture that wrapped up the rest of his career. And whenever we say rupture, we mean rupture. So again, this is a big, acute, explosive injury. So that's not really going to be the end-all predictor for, okay, what's the big deal with talking about what does his performance have to do with that? But at the same time, again, we're looking at the volume. For every accolade, there was an injury. So As we were looking at these athletes, we had to sit there and ask ourselves as a department, we have these great teams, we have this great statistical output. It's doing great, we're having a good time, we're patting each other on the back, but these kids keep getting injured. They keep having to come in. We keep having to see our patient population increase with the more success that our programs are having. So after a point, we sat back and we said, what do these kids have in common? What's the common thread here? It's not the same injuries a lot of times. It's not the same sport. It's not the same position. So we weren't really able to point to any injury or movement patterns that were putting these kids in a predisposed situation. What we did know and what they all had in common was that for their respective teams that were very successful, they were some of the top performers on those highly successful teams. And they were looked to as leaders. I mean, if you talked about any of these people by name, you'll sit there and you'll know that their teammates count them as the folks that they were depending on for the success of their teams. And like we talked about already, they all were highly prone to injury and had a high volume of injuries during their time at UT Tyler. So going back to what the glass cannon is, again, from the gamer term, it's going to be amazing offense and amazingly terrible defense. Now, whenever we're talking about our athletic training, sports medicine world, and we're talking about our patient population, we can correlate a glass cannon to being somebody that had great statistical output, was a great performer, one of the top players on their team, but was also highly involved in injuries and had a high incidence of injuries. And as we sit there and we talk about that, you're sitting there and you're mentally going through all the kids on your teams that are your top kids, but they're always coming in to see you. They're always spending time in your clinic. They're always having some sort of new injury. And what we were trying to figure out then at that point is what was so significant about this being the common thread that these kids had. So whenever we talk about why is this important, why is this something we need to learn about, we have to go back to our 5 domains of athletic training. So we have to go back to basics. We're going to start with injury, illness, prevention, and wellness protection. So again, that's the most common, one of the more core ones that we have. We're here to take care of these kids. We're here to make sure that our patient population stays happy and healthy. Next, we have our clinical evaluation and diagnosis. Somebody gets injured, you take a look at them, you determine if you need to send them to a physician. And then you take care of that immediate emergency care. You deal with the acute triage of injuries, and then you make your decisions about referral, whether you need to send them or not. And then we have treatment and rehabilitation. Once we determine what the significance of that injury is, we have to take care of it at that point. And then organizing and professional health and well-being, so taking care of some more of our administrative duties. But for the sake of this, we're focusing on that injury, illness, prevention, and wellness protection, because if we know that there's something that's predisposing our patient population to injuries, that's something that we need to be taking care of. That's something we need to be highlighting, something we need to be targeting, and something we need to be trying to have a positive effect on. So what was our pattern here? There's a textbook that came out, not in the near past, that was written up by Granquist and his colleagues, and they pointed out that if we have athletes that are dealing with psychosocial and psychological stresses, they're going to be at about a 2 to 5 times increased risk for having some sort of injury, especially when we compare them to somebody that has lower stress. So right there, whatever stressors may be happening, whether it's general or sport specific, these are going to be things that are going to be placing this population at a higher risk for injury. And why is this placing them at a higher risk for injury? And this is where we get a little bit away from the evidence-based practice talks like we just had before. And this is where it kind of turns more into a sermon versus a lecture. But we have some science that Granquist put forward whenever he was talking about the cortisol cascade. Whenever we're starting at experiencing our stress, that stress is going to have an effect, and it's going to trigger our cerebral cortex to start to have an effect, or to start to move into action. And then from that point, our cerebral cortex is going to get the hypothalamus to start releasing adrenocorticotropic hormone. Once that hormone's being released, it's going to stimulate the release of cortisol. And when we talk about cortisol, a lot of people talk about one of its metabolites, which is going to be cortisone. We always talk about cortisone injections in athletes. Whenever we were listening to the other talks the other day, we talked about how cortisone injections are going to help decrease inflammation but delay healing. So you're feeling a little bit better at the time. Well, cortisol is going to be a step up in terms of that chemical cascade. And whenever we're looking at what cortisol's effects have on the body, we know that it can be linked with chronic stress, So you have somebody that's stressed and their body's releasing another chemical that's going to increase their stress levels. It can be linked with depression. So again, sticking on that psychosocial side of things. And then it can also help suppress our immune system. So now it's going to be starting to delay and impede healing and also put us at an increased risk for injury. So again, they were talking about in their textbook that you're 2 to 5 times higher risk for injury if you have higher levels of stress. Well, if we can help our patients decrease their stress, then we're going to be able to put them in a situation where we can decrease pain, we can decrease fear of re-injury, and ultimately we may even be able to improve healing outcomes. So this is where we started to see a couple of things that were starting to make a bit of sense with our athletes. We had these athletes that were going through these high levels of stress because they had coaches, parents, boosters, administrators, teammates, in some cases professors asking about the game. So these kids were having people come at them from all sides, assailing them and telling them, hey, you're really important to this team. And they're sitting there basically saying, yeah, I know. Thanks for adding on to the stress. And there's no pressure at all for us to do well this year. Thanks a lot. So what can we do about it as a profession? What is the athletic trainer's role in helping with this stress? And again, this is whenever it gets into a little bit more abstract thinking, a little bit more of that sermon that I talked about. And we need to understand that whenever we have even stress in our lives, we're going to start with our initial survey of that stress. And basically, as we're going through that primary appraisal of that stress, we're asking ourselves, is this a threat? Is this something that I need to address, or is this something that I can just sweep under the rug and move on from? And in keeping with that, this is going to be a situation where if we do determine that this is a threat, then we start our secondary appraisal. And when we start our secondary appraisal, this is whenever we're sitting there and we're saying, okay, what's the threat? What do I have to combat that threat? How do I need to go about combating that threat? Do I fight? Do I flight? What route do I take whenever I'm trying to get away from this? So whenever they're going through that primary phase of this appraisal may take minutes, could take hours, but at the same time, even if we're having to wait until that secondary phase, this is going to be a situation where the athletic trainer is going to be the primary person that's in a position to intervene. Because anytime we're talking about injuries, anytime we're talking about stress, you're that one that's there getting them ready for practice. You're that one that's there helping them with rehab, helping them with their injuries that they may be having. You're the one that's the first person on the field a lot of times if they get injured, if their coach doesn't beat you out there in that race. And as you're evaluating them, you're the one sitting there, whether it's just putting a hand on their shoulder and saying, hey, you're going to be okay. You're already starting to intervene when they're going through that appraisal. And that's where we have to sit there and we have to step up and say, okay, well, what are we going to do to try to combat this psychosocial side of injury? So, like I said, we get to the point where they're starting to figure out how they're going to address that injury. And we need to point out to ourselves and look at some of our athletes and figure out what their risk factors are going to be that are going to possibly send them further down that stress cascade that's going to either lead to that injury taking longer or making them even more stressed and make them more prone to further injury later on. So we have our risk factors that we have to identify. Like I said, we're going to break those down into 3 major categories. The first of those categories is going to be personality, followed up by history of stressors and coping resources. So when we look at personality, this is going to be a very stable trait. This is going to be our hardiness. And a lot of times people, and you all know somebody on both sides of this, where you have your optimist and your pessimist. So you know those people that there's nothing that can get them down. They're having a great day and nothing's going to stop them. And you also have that person that it doesn't matter what good happens, they're always going to be upset. They're always going to find some negative in it. They're always going to find some reason why it's not working out and why the world is still terrible. And like I said, this is a stable trait. This isn't something that we can necessarily affect, and we can only do so much with this one. But we need to make sure that we're recognizing this as something that is a risk factor and something that we incorporate into our plan of care. The next one is going to be history of stressors. So again, stress doesn't stop with sports. Even though these kids are having all this pressure put on them by everyone around them, the stress cannot just be, or stress isn't always just this. It can be moving. You have kids that have just moved into your school district, kids that just got to college. Anytime any of us have ever moved, there's been at least 1 or 2 stressful situations in that. It's no different for your patients. The next one's going to be financial stress, whether it's mom lost a job and we're trying to figure out where the money's coming from, whether it's a situation where you have a college athlete that's worried about losing a scholarship. Things along those lines are going to be huge. And then romantic stress. We all have had that athlete before, especially whether we're talking high school, college level. People are walking through there. You're young, you're in love. This is the end all be all. I'm going to marry this person. You're writing your name with their last name. And a week later, you're dating someone else. So this is one of those situations whenever we look at things like that, that romantic stress, especially in our patient population going from, say, 13 to 22, this one can be a pretty big overall life stress that can have some problems. Now, additionally, even if we're not talking about these big global ones, it can just be daily hassles. You could have just hit a lot of traffic on your way to school or on your way to college, and that made you late for your class. So you're heading out to practice, you're already kind of stressed out, and now those cortisol levels are up, and now your risk of injury has gone up. Another big one's going to be previous injuries. If you've ever had that kid, and we all have, ACL patient, goes out to practice, gets tackled or gets rolled up on, feels a little bit of a shift, and the world is over. Everything's terrible. You walk up, you do Lockman's, hey, your ACL still there? They pop up, they go right back to practice. So again, that's something where they have that fear of re-injury in the back of their mind. That's putting them at a situation where that's adding on to those stress levels. And we're just getting that cumulative effect of things that's causing more cortisol to be introduced into the system. It's putting these kids at a higher risk for injury. And then we have coping resources. And this is a risk factor only if these people don't have a lot of coping resources or their coping resources aren't that good. Because these are going to be the tools that your athlete or your patient has to try to combat whatever stressors are affecting them or whatever perceived threat that they're dealing with. And like I said, this can be a very good thing if these are the right types of coping resources, because they can act as a buffer for your athlete's personality. And so if it's a situation where you have that athlete that's super negative about the world, but they have a parent that's really helping motivate them, uplift them, staying positive, that can at least mitigate that issue. And likewise, it can also help with those previous stressors where you have those people around them. You have those coping resources to sit there and tell them, hey, it's not that bad. Let's go ahead and get a look at it. Even if it gets to the point of having to go see the doctor, let's not freak out until after they've looked at it. So again, these are ways that we're helping decrease stress as we're moving through there. So when we look at our sources for coping, the first one that pops up is family. And again, this can be a two-sided coin. This can be a situation where you have those parents that are super awesome. They're supporting the athletic trainers. They're supporting the team positions, and they're just there to help keep their kid in a good mood and keep their mindset right so they can heal properly. You can also have that parent that's second-guessing you every way, and we've all had them, that's being, in some cases, borderline combative, and it's just not making it a situation that makes things go well. And those are the times whenever I'm glad I work at a college where I have an 18-year-old patient that I can sit there and say, you are no longer their legal guardian, you need to leave. However, that's not always going to be the case at our different levels of care. They also are going to have friends on their side. So you can have the same thing here. We can have positive friends that are a positive coping resource, or you can have those negative friends. Significant others are going to be a big one. Just like they can be part of your history of stressors, they can also be part of your coping resources. And this is one of the even bigger two-sided coins when we look at our young patient population because of just how dynamic and may not be the best word, but how volatile some of these relationships can be. So that's one of those ones where you definitely kind of have to sit there and decide if that's really a coping resource for the good or for the bad. Likewise, you're also going to have teammates that can have negative or positive influences. And lastly, like I said, that person that's going to be in that primary position to intervene whenever those stressors start to hit, whether it's before or after injury, that's going to be your sports medicine professional. So we keep talking about how we're the primary ones in position. We have the power. We're the ones that are right there. What can we do? Well, Santi et al. Published a paper where they put forth the idea that whenever we have to look at injuries, athletic trainers and healthcare professionals in general are terrible about seeing an ACL tear and not seeing a women's soccer player, or seeing a rotator cuff rupture and not seeing a collegiate baseball player. We look at injuries as the enemy, we attack it, we throw everything we have at it, And a lot of times we let that patient fall by the wayside and we don't sit there and we pay attention to what's going on with them. Because yes, that ACL tear hurt. Yes, rehab is going horribly. I'm sore, I'm stiff, I'm not getting the gains I want. But at the same time, we have to remember things like fear of re-injury, decreased compensation. So this can be something that starts off nowadays with all these NCAA recruitment rules as early as the beginning of high school and sometimes 8th grade, where you have a kid that has an injury and they were counting on a scholarship because that's how they were going to get to go to college. And again, even if it turns out just to be a scare, not an actual injury, it turns into a situation where now that stress has gone up, cortisol goes up, increased risk of injury. So we keep coming back to that. And there's also going to be a sensation of loss. In the last talk, they talked about loss of identity. So it's not just going to be a compensation thing. It's not going to necessarily be tactile or tangible. It can be something that is more abstract, something that you're sitting there and you're saying, wow, I can't go to this trip. I can't travel with my team to the playoffs after I helped get them there. And again, even if it's just a scare, we're still increasing stress. And we keep coming back to that because that's going to be important for what we can do whenever we get down to the end of this. So the first step that may be something that can help out in a lot of cases is going to be screening your patients. And sometimes this can be as simple as knowing your athletes and knowing that patient population that you have. If you've had a kid that's a senior and they just seem off today, it can be as simple as asking them, hey, you seem like you're having a bad day. What's going on? And just listening to them, giving them an outlet, giving them some way to try to decrease that stress by using one of their coping resources, which would be you, the sports medicine professional. So that way we can try to put them in a situation where they're not necessarily having as much issues once they get to the field. Also, getting to know your patient population doesn't just stop at knowing the individual. Yes, we have to worry about patient to patient, but there are patterns we start to see in adolescent males and females to where you can tell if somebody's had a bad day or a rough time and is being more aggressive, is being more moody, just overall more emotional, to where you can sit there and talk to an athlete you may not even know that well and still be able to have that conversation to try to help start decreasing that stress. And whenever you're doing your preseason physicals, you can possibly even incorporate a health questionnaire, which the best one I found, even though I couldn't find a great picture of it or couldn't get a great screenshot of it for this, was the Life Event Survey for college athletes. And they also have secondary school ones, but with the collegiate athlete one, it's based off of a 1 to 5 scale, and it allows you to sit there and say, okay, this is the base level of stress this person is coming in with, and it helps you identify those kids that may have higher level of stresses to start with, and could help prevent some problems down the road if you actually go ahead and start helping them out with identifying coping resources and ways they can do a little bit better with managing that stress. And likewise, we can also talk about adding to coping resources. And this is the part of the presentation where I have to make sure that we mention, to make sure we're all staying in good conscience and making sure everything's staying legal, the fact that we are sports medicine professionals, we are athletic trainers, we are highly skilled, we have multiple skills, we're the Swiss Army knife of the sports medicine world. We are not psychological healthcare professionals. If you have a stressed athlete, it's awesome to be able to sit there and help them cope with that. If you have an athlete where you even have an inkling and an idea in your head that there may be a little bit more going on than stress, that it may be a situation where there needs to be a mental health care professional involved, the second you have that thought is the second that you refer them. But in the meantime, when you're going through rehab and you're taking them through the progression, or even if it's just a situation where you have them on a preventative program, you might be helping out with the strength and conditioning program at your high school. You can start working on things like motivational techniques. The first one, and the easiest place to see this will be rehab, it's going to be goal setting. Likewise, having positive self-talk to where this person, even if they're a pessimist, you can start training them how to do positive self-talk, and thought stopping. So, like I said, for our profession, goal setting is going to be the easiest one for us to implement. And whenever you were going through your rehabilitation classes, we talked about a lot of the stuff where we had to make sure we set a very specific goal. It's not enough to say that I want my athlete or my patient to do better, and they want to be able to play better, and they want to be able to play well, because better, well, and good are very non-specific, very subjective terms that we don't have anything attached to. So when you're talking about setting specific goals, you're saying, we want to get you 5 degrees of extension back this week. Something like that, that they can actually sit there and hang their hat on. Because then when they meet that goal, now they have something to point to and say, okay, cool, I got my 7 degrees of motion, so I actually did better than my goal. You also want to make sure it's measurable for that same reason. You want to give them something that they can have tangible, something that they can see, and not just something that they have to think or feel about, because when we start trying to rely on thinking and feeling, now we can start increasing stress again, increasing cortisol, increasing risk of injury. And then we want to make sure our goals are realistic. You're not going to take your ACL patient and say, all right, we're going to have you get in a 36-inch vertical 2 months post-op. Again, we just want to make sure that we're doing this in a situation where we're able to stimulate these athletes with these goals. We're able to motivate them to continue doing rehab, but we don't make the goals so unrealistic and unobtainable that they're not able to actually reach those goals, and now they're actually getting demotivated. They didn't reach that goal, so that stress level goes up. And we also want to make sure that our goals are time-based. And I'm not talking about 10, 20 seconds. I'm talking about within the first 2 weeks, we want to be able to get that 10 degrees of extension back that you lost. Things like that. Additionally, when we get to that self-talk, thought-stopping process, this is one of those ones where it starts to sound a little bit like a self-help seminar or a motivational speech. But this is going to be something where you have the athlete actually sit there and express what they're thinking, express what they're feeling. Tell them, make them say, I'm frustrated because I don't think I'm going to get back to playing. I'm frustrated because I know that guy's taking my spot. And then you have to sit there and tell them, okay, which parts of those thoughts are negative? And then once you figure out which thoughts are negative, you need to try to look at them in a positive light. Yeah, that guy has my spot right now, but he's getting better by getting reps. He's getting better, and it's going to motivate me to do better whenever I get back out there. And just kind of reframe your position on the matter. And then you kind of have to select a statement or a mantra whenever you're going through this. And then you're going to say or read that statement as many times as that patient needs to, so that way they can go ahead and kind of just get that thought out of their mind and get back down to that lower stress level. And then this is going to help them, like I said, maintain that positive attitude. We're going to avoid some demotivation, things like that. And they're going to be able to go out there and they're going to be able to participate again. Another big one that's really helpful for us as we're going through rehab and performance is going to be biofeedback. So this is basically using electronic or mechanical equipment to give us some sort of feedback about the state that the person's body is going to be in. One of the more expensive ones, it's not really going to be feasible for those of us in this room, since most of us aren't going to be working in a laboratory setting. It's going to be an EMG. This electrical readout of the activity of the muscle is going to give you some awesome quantifiable evidence. Not really going to be very feasible for us to do in a Division III college or in a 2A high school. However, what we can do is we can measure heart rate, things like that. You have that kid that's going out there and they're participating and they say, man, I just feel like I'm gassed. I feel like I can't do this. Well, go ahead and just take your heart rate real quick. You don't have to actually check a number. Just see if your heart's racing, see where you're at with that point. And then they find out, oh, my heart's not beating as hard as I thought it was. I must be getting better. Same thing we can say with blood pressure. And all these numbers are nice quantifiable numbers that are going to give that athlete or that patient feedback on what state they are in physiologically, and helps them change their interpretation of their symptoms. If they're sitting there and they're sucking wind, but their pulse is still decent, now they're able to sit there and say, okay, yeah, I'm getting better, I'm improving. And then another thing that we have to make sure that we look at for these kids is going to be some sort of social support-based interventions. So when we look at these types of interventions, there's going to be four main ones that we have: emotional, concrete, informational, and appraisal. So when we look at our emotional side of stuff, we're going to have various sources for this. We're going to have professionals, so your athletic trainers, your team physicians, your coaches. You're going to have these people around that can either help them out with just seeing where they are emotionally, talking to them about why they may be having some negative thoughts, and kind of helping them on from that standpoint. The professionals are also going to be there to provide them with some sort of concrete or instrumental evidence, like, hey, we're putting a bat in your hands because you're able to progress through your rehab. You have something in your hands you didn't have before because you're getting better. You're doing more stuff that's related to your sport because you're doing better. And then also, these are going to be the same people that are going to be primarily there for appraisal. It could be something as simple as having a coach watch a bullpen with you for a pitcher and say, yeah, you're starting to look a lot more like yourself. Now they're getting this great feedback. They're getting support from their coaches. It's not just them in the athletic trainer hanging out in the athletic training room doing TheraBand exercises. Now we're incorporating more people. They're feeling more like they're part of something again. And you can say the same thing with family and friends, whether it's teammates or just friends that are out there in their normal student population. These are going to be other people that can still help them be a part of something. Because again, these guys are going to be sitting there feeling like they've lost their sense of identity. They've lost their sense of self. We're not part of a team anymore. And now they're able to sit back and say, I am still part of my team. I'm not participating with my team right now, but I still have all these other social support groups. And peers. Again, with our kids, this can be something as simple as coaches and teammates, but at the same time, this is also something, and I'm sure most of you guys have done this before, where their peer may not even play their sport, their peer may not even go to school with them, but it's somebody that they know within the community that they live in that has gone through something similar. You have a kid that has an ACL tear, and they're a freshman in high school, and they're freaking out because they don't know what's going to go on with it, what's going to come of it. Well, just so happens you have a senior on your same team that had an ACL tear as well, went through the rehab, had good outcomes. Hey, do you mind going and talking to him, just let him know about the process that you went through and giving it to him on a level that's a little different than what I can do? So this also helps give them that support and help decrease that stress and that fear of re-injury. Next up, Ryan and Dusty talked about the fact that we are the people that, again, are prime position. We keep saying that we're in the prime position to intervene. We're in the prime position to help these people because, again, whether it's pre-injury or post-injury, we are the ones that have the most contact with them. So this is a situation where we also are able to help move them from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation. And this is a situation where at some point with an injury, and again, these phases can go quickly, they can go short, but your patients are always going to start off demotivated. And this can be something that lasts a matter of seconds. Because when we start off in demotivation, we're at non-regulatory behaviors and we have no intention to act. This is a situation, sometimes, like I said, can last until the kid gets off the field. You feel the pop in your knee, you're laying on the ground, you're saying, this is it, I'm done, I can't move my knee, I don't want to walk, I don't want to do anything. Athletic trainer gets out there and starts talking to him and say, hey, you're all right, bud, let's get you up, let's get you off the field. All right, fine, I'll walk. So now we've ended demotivation. So to start off with, we all need some sort of external regulation. We need that carrot at the end of the stick that makes us want to actually keep moving forward. And typically, when we start off, we're going to have to go as simple as rewards and punishment. Hey, you did really well with this, so we'll do the ice and stim treatment that you like. Even though we're not necessarily sure it does anything, it's keeping you compliant with your rehab. And also with punishments. So that can be something like, if you work it out with your coaches, you missed rehab, you have an extra 2 hours of study hall this week. Then once we start to move them away from that at least a little bit, we start to get some behavioral changes once they get to that introjected regulation. And it's still not really positive if you look at it, because you note that it's going to be driven by avoiding guilt or trying to achieve those rewards. So they're still trying to obtain that external praise, that external regulation, but now they're doing it more so because they want to and not because of just the fear of it. And then we move on to identified regulation, where now it becomes a free choice. Yeah, it's great to not feel guilty. Yeah, it's great to get my rewards. But ultimately, at the same time, now we're able to start identifying, yeah, I'm doing this because of these external factors. And I probably should be doing this more for me than for that. And that's whenever we move on to integrated regulation, which it's still going to be extrinsically motivated. But at the same time, now they have that intent to move on. Now they're starting to integrate more intrinsic methods and more internal motivation. And now they're starting to take it as part of their personal identity. And then that finally moves us on to intrinsic motivation. This is that highest level. This is the gold standard of self-determination. And I can speak for myself, and I can imagine there's most of us, that we have a hard time just even getting up in the morning just based off of intrinsic motivation after a long day. So this is where we're able to finally internally regulate all our behaviors. We're doing the rehab because we want to and because we know it's what we need to do. And this whole process is going to be a shifting scale, and it's going to be sliding as we go through it. You're going to move from one phase to the other throughout this process, and a lot of times you're going to go through different phases multiple times, especially if this is going to be one of those more long, drawn-out rehabs. But again, this is something that we can help facilitate and something that we can monitor and something that we can help move forward a little better and have fewer slides backwards using those different methods we talked about before. So kind of starting our conclusion start, let's go ahead and talk about, again, the fact that we have these patient population with these athletes that perform at a high level. They're the successful ones on their team. They're driving the success of their team. And these are the people that within their sport are subjected to a very specific level of stresses. If we've never been a guy that was a potential Division I draft pick or a Division I player, a draft pick, something like that, it's hard for us to completely relate with those people. However, at the same time, whenever we have these athletes that are coming through with these higher levels of stresses, we are able to at least recognize, hey, I'm not sure exactly why he's this stressed about this. I don't necessarily understand it. But at the same time, I do recognize the fact that it's putting him at a higher risk for physical injury, and that's an issue. And as we do this, we are athletic trainers. We look back to those 5 domains. We look at injury prevention and protection. And we realize that this is our patient population, and we have a duty, we have an obligation to take care of these people and take whatever steps we have available to us to try to prevent that patient population from sustaining further injuries, or at the very least, being at a higher risk for those injuries. And the easiest way for us to do that, and you can put easiest in big quotations, is we can start to take steps to identify those athletes with higher levels of stress and start to work on ways that we can help treat them and help develop plans that we can incorporate within their rehabilitation or their prehab programs to just kind of incorporate some stress management techniques to try to keep them at a lower level of risk for injury or re-injury. So, fortunately for all of us, we don't have to develop our own exact method of screening because the Journal of Athletic Training posted an inter-association recommendation where they took people from multiple different areas and they'd have a multidisciplinary team that put together a document that specifically for the secondary school or for the high school was able to help figure out how to identify and how to refer these kids and then put it together in a consensus statement. And within this multidisciplinary team, they put together a group back in 2014 so they could release in 2015, but this group started obviously with athletic trainers. Again, we're on the front line, we're the ones that need to be out there, and we're the ones that need to be part of this team. It also included physicians because that's that next level. We're the ones referring to physicians, so the physicians may run into this as well. And we, again, since we are not licensed healthcare professionals, made sure that there were some licensed healthcare professionals on that team. And then another one that some of us don't necessarily think about every day that we made sure we're on that team were lawyers. So with those lawyers, they're there because a lot of times in this secondary school, with a very small exception, these kids are minors. So there's going to be parental or at the very least legal guardian consent that's going to be involved in any kind of treatment, whether it's physical or emotional. So the first step they recommended is that you need to develop a personal plan that works for your school district. And in order to do that, you need to show a need for your plan. So you need to say, hey, we have a situation where we're bringing you this plan, we're showing you our introduction, this is what we're putting together. Now you start to build up why. You talk about education on mental health status, mental health issues, and a lot of times they make mention of calling them psychological concerns because, again, we cannot diagnose psychological illnesses, but we can definitely be concerned about the psychological state of our patient population. And then pointing out our different behaviors that we need to monitor. So listing off, these are the things that you need to keep an eye on to be seeing if you have a patient that's at risk. And then talking about the special needs of that student athlete, talking about those specific stressors that may be placed on them. And then talking about the school district's referral procedure, talking about what's our threshold before we start to send them to either the school counselor, a school designated psychiatrist or psychologist. Who's that next level up, and at what point do we pull the trigger and go ahead and have them go talk with them? Once you do this, and once you've built that plan up, and once you have that first draft ready, you need to share that plan with your school nurse, your school counselor, and the administration at your school or your university. Because those counselors and those nurses are going to be the other people that are going to have a lot of contact with these potentially stressed or injured individuals. And then the administration needs to be kept abreast of all this stuff for any possible legal concerns that may pop up. And then after they have a chance to review it, make sure that you send that plan out to all the necessary parties. So make sure every athletic trainer, every team physician, definitely make sure the psychiatrist you're going to be referring athletes to knows that you're going to be referring athletes to them if it gets to that point. And then you're going to want to review and update that plan as needed. So this is something that, just like with the rest of our policies and procedures, we should be updating them annually. But if this is a new policy that you're putting in for your school, chances are you're going to probably have a few hiccups along the way, just like you do with any new policy or procedure. So there's going to be some updates before that first annual review. But it's all well and good to sit here and we talk about these different things with these kids. We talk about, hey, these were our 4 kids. This is what we've started doing a little differently to try to help maintain our patient population and try to decrease our risk of injury. These are the recommendations of this great, wonderful interdisciplinary team. However, Every individual situation is going to be different, and every individual situation is going to carry its own individual set of challenges. So here are the references. Those will be in the handouts that we'll have at the end of this that get sent out electronically. So that way, if you're looking for these different textbooks or different consensus statements, they're a little easier to find. And that's what I have for y'all today. Yes, ma'am. Hopefully that was okay.
All right, our next presenter is going to be presenting at exactly 11:15. It is currently 10:50, so you've got about 20 minutes to go walk around, grab a breath of fresh air, visit the vendors. Make sure you sign up at the Vortex station, so that way you're eligible for the prize from them.
It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. My son said, Daddy, I don't want to go to school because the teacher's a jerk. He must think I'm a fool. And all the kids smoke reefer. I think it'd be cheaper if I just got a job, learn to be a street sweeper. I dance to the beat, shuffle my feet, wear a shirt and tie, and run with the creeps. Because it's all about money, ain't a damn thing funny. You got to have a car in this land of milk and honey. They push that girl in front of the train, took her to the doctor, so the arm on the game. Stabbed that man right in his heart. Gave him a transplant for a brand new start. I can't walk through the park cause it's crazy after dark. Keep my hand on my gun cause they got me on the run. I feel like an outlaw, broke my last glass jaw. Hear them say, you want some more? Living on the seesaw. Push me, car, close to the edge. Trying not to lose my head. Say what? It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
A child is born with no state of mind.
Nobody wins unless everybody wins. One time!
you want, baby, I got it. What you need, you know I got it. All I'm asking is for a little respect when you get home. Yeah, baby, 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 when you get home. Hey, I ain't gonna do you wrong while you're gone. I ain't gonna do you wrong because I don't wanna. All I'm asking is for that respect when you get home. Hey, baby, when you get home. Hey, yeah. I'm about to give you all a little money. And all I'm asking in return is to give me my breakfast when you move in. Oh, when you get home, just a little do it for me now. The wicked says, sweet and honey. Oh, guess what? Sure is not money. All I need is just a little respect when you get home. Hey, when you get home, do it for me now. Yeah. To the ESPECT, and I want to bring to me. To the ESPECT, take it to see me. Little respect. Yeah, baby. I don't want much. Just one little bit. Oh, baby. I'm telling you, wherever I go. Yeah, all over the world. I think that is respect. Yes, I do. It's an everyday thing. Say it is. Wherever I go. All over the world. I need.
All right, our next speaker is an evidence-based practice, so please make sure you notice the paper committee going around. For those that are BOC certified, make sure you sign in with one member of the paper committee. Paper Pal Committee. Our next presenter is Cory Butts, a doctoral student and graduate assistant in the Department of Health, Human Performance, and Recreation at the University of Arkansas. He currently is being mentored by Dr. Brendan McDermott, the writing chair of the revised National Athletic Trainers Association position statement on fluid replacement for the physically active. Mr. Butts has conducted research in the areas of thermoregulation and hydration for over 4 years with peer-reviewed publication on the topics of thermoregulation, heat illness, and hydration. Prior to entering his doctoral work, Mr. Butts served for 6 years as a healthcare specialist in the United States Army National Guard, where he gained experience treating soldiers for heat illness and dehydration. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cory Butts.
Thank you very much. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the VATA for having me here to speak on a topic that's really near and dear to my heart. So we'll just jump right into it. This is an update on hydration recommendations for the physically active. At this time, I don't have any disclosures. This is my disclosure slide because I am still a doctoral student and haven't received any cool funding yet. So just to go over basically what we're going to be covering today in this lecture, we're going to be looking at the physiology of water balance. And then we're going to be looking at some evidence for this physiology and how when we don't maintain our water balance properly, how this can affect performance, how can we assess this. We'll also be covering the topic of hyponatremia and how we can educate our athletes and those who are physically active that we're working with, and how we can use some scientific calculations to individualize this. So jumping right into the physiology behind fluid balance. So our total body water makes up about 60% of our body mass, depending on how much fat mass or lean mass an individual may have. And this is regulated within a really tight range, which is good because any deviations from this that are too large may really have some health consequences, both acutely and in the long term. And so this is not surprising because water balance and water is an essential nutrient utilized in processes from the cellular level all the way up to the systemic level, such as in the cardiovascular system. And so it's not too surprising that when we start to look from a chronic standpoint, that those who maintain better hydration status over long periods of time have a reduced risk of chronic kidney disease. And this is starting to be shown in the literature with reductions in the risk for things such as chronic kidney disease, other cardiometabolic diseases, and cardiovascular diseases as well. And so the question is, how do we actually maintain this? And we start looking at fluid balance regulation. And I'm going to use a few terms here, such as hydration or euhydration, which is an optimal state of total body water balance, or the normal level. And then some other states, which are hypohydration, which is the actual state of having lower than normal or lower than optimal body water. And then dehydration, which is the actual process of losing body water. And then on the other spectrum, hyperhydration, which is the process or the actual state at which we have above normal body water. So this is maintained primarily through the hypothalamus in the brain, and it receives feedback from two different mechanisms. The baroreceptors, which detect changes in blood pressure, which are largely related to changes in blood volume. And then also the osmoreceptors, which detect changes in osmolality, which are basically the concentration of solutes, such as things like salt, in our blood. And so if we're using the process of dehydration in the example here, when we start to exercise and sweat, especially if we're in the heat or in this beautiful South Padre Island humidity, we start to lose body water. And when that occurs, that gets pulled from our blood volume. And so we have a decrease in our blood volume, which our baroreceptors detect. And then that sends feedback to the hypothalamus. Similarly, we're also concentrating our blood at the same time. And so we're seeing an increase in our osmolality, which our osmoreceptors detect. And so they both send feedback to the hypothalamus. And the hypothalamus stimulates the release of what's called arginine vasopressin. And this comes from, it was released from the pituitary gland. And arginine vasopressin also goes by the name antidiuretic hormone, or ADH. So many of you may be more familiar with that term. And so we start to work in two mechanisms. It works to act directly on the kidneys to help uptake water this way, back from the actual nephrons so we don't excrete it in urine. And then we also get thirsty, so we find ways to drink. And so we have both behavioral and actual physiological mechanisms that benefit us to help to maintain this fluid balance. So despite having these mechanisms, for some reason, athletes don't seem to be doing a good job outside of practice at maintaining hydration. And so we see here an average of 65 to 85% of these athletes show up to practices and games suboptimally hydrated. And what's interesting is this isn't just at the high school or the youth level. This ranges all the way up into the NBA, in which they did some work with some summer league play and NBA players and showed that 78% showed up for these games in a suboptimally hydrated. And this, as I said, ranges all the way, it goes from college, there's been demonstrations at the high school levels in a variety of sports, all the way down to the youth level where they've shown it at youth campers for basketball and volleyball and a variety of other sports. Now what's interesting is these athletes do a decent job of maintaining or replacing during activities. So they replace about 66% of what they lose via sweating. But the problem here is that they're already starting at a deficit. And so when they've got this deficit in total body water and then they still only replace 2/3, they're gonna finish even more hypohydrated than when they started exercise. And so this really can create some problems when it comes to trying to rehydrate and move on. And one issue where this really becomes a problem, especially, is exercise in the heat. Being in Texas, this is all something you're very familiar with. And so when we exercise normally in a normothermic or a neutral environment, when our muscles contract and break down ATP, this about 80% of that energy release is released as heat. And normally our bodies just dissipate this through a variety of mechanisms, but the two primary ones are sweating. So when we sweat, that sweat gets evaporated, and that actually pulls heat away from the skin. And then another way is through increasing the blood flow to our skin. And so via convection, we can actually help carry heat away from our skin in that mechanism. Now in the heat, or when individuals are exercising in the heat, this becomes a little bit more of an issue because there's less of a gradient between our body temperature and the environment. And then when we actually look at what happens when we're hypohydrated, this becomes an even greater issue because now individuals have an overall lower blood volume, lower total water, and as a result of that, when they try to sweat to dissipate heat, they're losing even more. And so we have this progressive blood volume decreases that result in even greater exercise dehydration. And this can really start to affect performance and thermoregulation. And so we can potentially see increases in the rates of exertional heat illness or the risk of exertional heat illness with these individuals who are dehydrated during practices and games. And this can also affect our rehydration strategies post-exercise. And we'll talk about some recovery strategies here in a minute. So if we look at just exercise dehydration or just dehydration, Godek et al. Looked at some NFL players and saw that when they just looked at how dehydrated they were during a practice, they didn't actually predict core temperature very well, and there was no relationship between the two. However, when we look at studies like this, one thing to consider is they didn't really control for how intensely these individuals were working. And so when we start talking about looking at studies like this, you want to make sure that you understand if they controlled the actual exercise intensity. Because what this really tells us is this individual who may have a 2.5% body loss, but their core temperature was close to 38, they're not going to, they likely weren't working as hard or intensely as this individual who was less than 0.5% down, but their core temperature was above 39 degrees Celsius. So really, this is the thing to consider is that exercise intensity and ambient temperature environments really play a huge role in how hot an individual gets. And you can't look at an individual's hydration status and just say, okay, this person's gonna be hot. Now, when it actually comes to looking at individual responses, however, we see a different story here in that when an individual is hypohydrated and exercising, their core temperature is going to be increased 0.15 to 0.2 degrees Celsius above that as if they were normally hydrated or euhydrated for every 1% body mass loss. So that's a huge increase, and this is where we start to see those increased risks for things like exertional heat illness. And as I mentioned earlier, this occurs primarily because of our decrease in our ability to thermoregulate. So we have decreases in our blood flow to our skin because we're also trying to maintain blood going to the working muscle, as well as maintain blood to our brain so we don't pass out. As well, we also have decreases in delayed onset in our sweating, so we don't start sweating until we get hotter. And then we have overall this lower total body water, so of course we're going to have a lower pool to pull from. And so as a result of that, we have these elevations in core temperature. And this has been nicely demonstrated in a variety of studies in the literature, but one that was done by Casa et al. In 2010 demonstrated this quite nicely. And they looked at using 7.5-mile trail runs. And they conducted 4 different trials in which they had them conduct a race in which they ran it as fast as they could, and then they did this 2 times. And then they also did submaximal exercise in which they had them match the exercise intensity between these 2 trials. And then in 2 of the trials, one of the submax and one of the race pace, they were dehydrated, meaning they didn't receive any fluids whatsoever. And in the other trials, they received about 400 mLs of water at 2.5 and 5 miles. So they tried to maintain hydration status as best as possible. And so when we actually start looking at the results from this, we found some really interesting findings. So if you look here at this figure, pre-exercise loop distances and recovery are on the x-axis. And then we're also seeing gastrointestinal temperature on the y and heart rate on the y. And dehydrated is in the red, and hydrated, normally hydrated is in the blue. And so we start to see here that basically from loop 2 on, their heart rate was elevated above that, which when they did the hydrated trial. And then also the gastrointestinal temperature was elevated pretty much from loop 2 on. So after 2.5 miles of running, they were much hotter, and their heart rate was elevated, and it also slowed recovery. Now this was in the submaximal trial. So if we look at the actual exercise times, we can see here that in the hydrated trial in the blue, and then the dehydrated trial in the red, when we look at total time over here, we can see that they matched intensity quite well. And so there was no differences between these time frames. Now when we actually look at the race trial, what's interesting is we see that, once again, similar axes here. The x-axis is distance and recovery. And then we have gastrointestinal temperature, which is a marker of core temperature. And then heart rate. And we see that during the actual exercise, heart rate was not different, which is good because that tells us that they were actually exercising it as hard as they could. And then, but what we do see is that in recovery, heart rate is elevated above that when they were normally hydrated. So it's showing an impaired cardiovascular recovery following this when they're dehydrated. Now, when we actually look at the gastrointestinal temperature, we see that at loop 3, which is the 7.5-mile mark, their core temperature was significantly elevated above that during their normal hydrated trial or their euhydrated trial. And what's interesting when we actually look at the times for this, the dehydrated trial here in the red, dehydrated trial here in the red is significantly slower than their hydrated trial. So this tells us that when they're dehydrated, their exercise performance is delayed or is impaired. And it also tells us that in the hydrated trial, they were working at a higher intensity because they were running faster. So they were producing more metabolic heat, yet they were better able to regulate their body temperature and their heart rate recovered faster. So this is just an excellent indicator of telling us that when individuals are hypohydrated or experience exercise dehydration, it starts to impair performance and thermoregulation. And so that study was about 4% dehydrated. When we actually look at some work that by Bartis et al. Back in 2013, they demonstrated quite nicely with just 1% dehydration utilizing a 5-kilometer time trial that we have a distance here on the x-axis and time on the y-axis. And euhydrated trial is in the open circles and dehydrated is in the closed triangles. And so we see here that progressively throughout this time trial, time is slower for those individuals when they're dehydrated. And so you've got, once again, impaired performance with just 1% dehydration. And they also did another study where they demonstrated that they had decreased power output as well for this 5-kilometer time trial. Okay. Now, when we also look at this, we can see, similar to the Costa study, significant elevations in core temperature when they were recovering from this as well as compared to their normally hydrated trial. just 1%. And so as I talked about, most of these studies, or the studies I just showed you, were endurance performance, and this has been demonstrated over and over again. When we talk about anaerobic performance, Judelson et al. Has a really nice review from 2007 in Sports Med, demonstrating that strength, power, as well as high-intensity anaerobic performance are all decreased when an individual is hypohydrated as compared to their euhydrated state. We can also look at the psychological factors as well. So we start to see cognitive impairments when we have just 1% dehydration, or body mass loss as well. And then we also see mood is also impaired as well. And we start to see this a little bit more in women than in men, but both genders are still affected by having lower than normal body water. And this occurs at rest and during exercise for mood. And so this can really start to affect an athlete or a soldier or whoever you're working with, their ability to make decisions and be responsive on a field or during play. So I just told you that dehydration is a problem. Athletes are showing up in this poor hydration state. So how do we assess it? Well, there's a lot of different measures that have been utilized and a lot of different recommendations that are being made. Urine is a really common one that a lot of people are more than likely already aware of. But we want to be specific and make sure that we're utilizing the right sample when we are using urine. So if you're going to be utilizing urine to assess hydration status, it needs to be the first morning void, meaning the first time that athlete wakes up in the morning and goes to the bathroom, that's the urine sample you want to check to see if they're hydrated or not. And that really gives us a nice indicator of how well they did the day before. Were they able to maintain hydration the day before as compared? If you're utilizing just checks or checks throughout the day, this is going to be a little bit less sensitive and specific, and so it's not recommended that you utilize these as an indicator of hydration status. This really just tells you how well an individual has actually been consuming fluids. Okay. So when we actually analyze urine, there's a few different techniques we can utilize. Color is one. This must be done in a clear container, so after you have the athlete or patient give you a urine sample, you just want to transfer it into a clear container and hold it up against a white background with no shadows or anything like that. So you can compare it to this urine color chart. And this, Dr. Larry Armstrong created this chart back in 1994. And many of you have probably seen this before, but anything 1, 2, or 3 is going to be considered euhydrated or hydrated. And then anything 5 and above is going to be considered dehydrated, okay, or suboptimally hydrated. And so this can be a really useful tool. It's inexpensive, it's easy to use. Once again, just making sure that we actually utilize the right sample. Okay. Another tool that's really quick, efficient, and inexpensive is urine-specific gravity. These tools that we utilize for this are called refractometers, as shown here. And they're relatively inexpensive, about 150 bucks. And this compares the density of the sample to that of water, with water having a density of 1.000. So this is kind of what it looks like when you're looking through the eyepiece here. And the recommendation for cutoffs for this is going to be anything below 1.020 is going to be considered hydrated. And anything above 1.020 obviously is going to be considered suboptimally hydrated. Now, if you're working with a sport that has a weight class recommendation or is a weight class sport, 1.025 and below could be considered optimally hydrated as well. Okay. Now, one other tool that can be utilized is osmolality. Now, when it comes to actually looking at this in a field setting or a clinical recommendation for this, it's really going to be more in an actual in-clinic or in a research setting. And this doesn't really have a lot of feasibility for actually being conducted in the field, because one of these osmometers costs anywhere from $3,500 to $5,000. So I know most of us would probably rather use our budget for something else on that term. But so they can be really expensive, and additionally, it also costs money every time you analyze a sample, and it requires regular calibration. And this machine, though, it does provide us some excellent data and an understanding of an individual's concentration of their sample. So it utilizes what's called freezing point depression, in which it provides the concentration based on the freezing temperature of that sample. So if you've ever gone anywhere or lived anywhere where it snows, you may have noticed they put salt on the roads. And this is a similar concept. It decreases the freezing temperature of that. So the more solute or something such as salt that's in one of these samples, the lower the freezing temperature is going to be. And so as a result of that, it gives us a higher concentration. And the cutoff for this is going to be anything greater than 700 milliosmoles. And once again, making sure that we're utilizing the correct urine sample. Now, this is also how we analyze serum or plasma. So this is kind of an excellent standard. These are very stable, very well protected measures, and they're excellent indicators of hydration status as well. But once again, requires a blood draw, centrifuge, things like that. So it can be a little bit infeasible. Now, an easy tool that everybody that can be utilized is a body mass change. So, and this also is something that athletes can understand and really utilize themselves in understanding is you want to collect a 3-day U-hydrated baseline. So collect their body weights over 3 days, and then we can detect subtle changes in hydration state or status based on any deviations that they may have from that baseline. And so the key here, though, is you don't want to use a 1-day baseline, because if they show up a little bit down or a little bit hypohydrated, then that's not going to be a good indicator. So the most reliable is going to be 3 days. And this can be really beneficial, especially if you're weighing athletes in and out of practice. They'll know and they'll be able to understand, hey, I lost this much weight today, I need to make sure that I'm consuming this much before I come back tomorrow. So overall, with these assessments, there's some good clinical measures that exist and that are fairly easy to use. And especially when we start talking about urine-specific gravity, urine color, or changes in body mass. These can all provide excellent assessments of an individual's hydration status. And realistically, we can kind of use each one of these or some of these multiple indicators to confirm this assessment as well. And they're really, overall, also very helpful with educating these patients and athletes on their hydration status and how they can properly maintain that. So along the terms of hydration education, Kavoris et al. Did a really nice study in 2012 in which they looked at youth sport campers over a 5-day period. And they provided these individuals with a 1-hour lecture on proper hydration and try to maintain that. And then they provided increased fluid access. They also provided urine color charts throughout the camp. And what they saw was that if they received this educational intervention versus when they didn't, they had increased hydration throughout that camp, and they had increased performance. And these were in very young, 8 to 12, 8 to 15-year-olds. So very, very positive findings from this. Now, Cleary et al. Also did a study in 2012 in which they looked at no intervention versus an educational intervention versus actually prescribing fluid or hydration plans to individuals. And they found that, interestingly enough, their educational plan wasn't as successful or didn't really have much of an effect on actually changing the hydration status. However, when they prescribed fluid, it was very effective at maintaining hydration during exercise. So some excellent tools and indicators here that maybe looking at actually telling individuals, hey, you need to be consuming this much, will be beneficial. Now, if we look at some work that was done at the University of Arkansas, and out of our lab, they did 2 different high schools in which we looked at educating them using just a 5-minute hydration talk. And then we provided them with some hydration bottles so they could drink continuously. And we did this over 3 Thursdays. So on the first time, we just assessed their baseline hydration and knowledge and actual status. And then we came back and did a intervention, this 5-minute talk at one school, and the other school didn't receive anything. And then let's once again assess their hydration status and knowledge after 3 days, just 3 days after having that intervention. Then we came back 3 weeks later and checked this status and knowledge of the hydration again. We got some really interesting findings. So when we look here, baseline, not really much of a difference between the 2 schools. However, after 3 days, we can see FC stands for fluid consumption, and EI is the educational intervention, NI stands for no intervention. And we can see here that at the 3-day mark, their fluid consumption was significantly elevated. Just by 5 minutes, a quick 5-minute talk, we had significant elevations in their fluid consumption. However, what's interesting is after 3 weeks, it went back to baseline. So for some reason, these athletes weren't able or weren't keeping up with what they had already learned and known. Now, what's interesting when we look at water consumption, or WC on this graph and figure, we see here that similar trend, water consumption obviously increased over those 3 days. However, at the 3-week mark, their water consumption actually stayed about 200 milliliters higher than it was at baseline. So maybe they're starting to replace water with some of those other beverages they were consuming. So these are really interesting findings. And when we look at the urine-specific gravities for these, we see the same trend here as well. So just a 5-minute intervention was effective enough after 3 days to reduce dehydration by 47% in these high school athletes. So these are pretty major findings, but it suggests that maybe more literature, more research needs to be done on this topic, first of all, and that regular reminders can be really beneficial. So it's important when we start educating our athletes that we remind them that drinking and consuming fluids are beneficial. However, there is danger, obviously, to overconsumption as well. Many of you may recall some stories from a couple of football players a few years ago who unfortunately passed away due to hyponatremia because they were consuming gallons and gallons of water and Gatorade, and one of the instances because they were trying to prevent cramping. And so unfortunately, they developed, as I said, hyponatremia and passed away. Now, in the high school football setting or in the football setting, this is some relatively rare occurrence, but it's worth noting that this still needs to be understand the dangers of overconsumption as well. And so hyponatremia, just to define it, is low blood sodium levels. Okay, and so anything below 135 milliequivalents per liter, with the normal range being somewhere between 136 or 138, all the way up to 145 millimoles per liter, milliequivalents per liter. So why hyponatremia really is an issue is normally when we consume fluids, we drink a little bit and our body fluids equilibrate between intracellular and extracellular fluids, and then we excrete whatever we don't need in urine. Now, with hyponatremia, for some reason, we have this gross fluid overload. So oftentimes it becomes in the face of individuals gaining weight during exercise. During the actual act of exercise, athletes should not be gaining weight. If your athlete weighs in after practice and they've gained 2 kilograms, they're consuming way too much fluid and they need to back off. So when it actually comes to the occurrence or why this happens, athletes or individuals overconsume fluids, and then there's for some reason some abnormal fluid retention. And some literature from Hugh Butler suggests maybe there's inappropriate ABP or ADH secretion. So normally when we consume fluids as well, that ADH is going to be suppressed, so that allows you to urinate. And especially they've looked at a lot of this in endurance events, ABP may stay high due to some other factors that causes us to retain fluids. And so as a result of that, our blood volume gets diluted. And when our blood volume gets too diluted, it starts to shift that water from inside of our vasculature, and it moves into our cells. And that causes our cells to swell. And that becomes a problem, not really necessarily in the extremities, I mean, it's an issue, but it really becomes a problem in our brain because we have a limited case here, so limited amount for swelling. And so this can cause some cerebral edema and potentially result in encephalopathy and even cause death. So a very serious incidence here. As I said, it's relatively rare in settings such as football or other sports, but most of the research has been done looking in long distance events. And when we actually look at some risk factors for hyponatremia, long duration exercise seems to be a huge one. Anything longer than 3.5 hours is going to put individuals at risk. Also being a small stature, because it's really easy for individuals to overconsume fluids and thus gain weight. And so as a result of that, these individuals are going to be at an increased risk for potentially overconsuming and gaining weight during exercise. And then females is up here as well, but it's not actually being female that produces an increased risk for hyponatremia. It's the small stature related to that. And some excellent work by Almond et al. Demonstrated this at the Boston Marathon in the early 2000s. So hyponatremia also creates an issue because it presents very similarly to hypohydration. And so you're going to get things like fatigue, headache, nausea, vomiting, dizziness, and weakness in both hypohydration and hyponatremia. And so this can make it really difficult to clinically actually detect this. In hyponatremia, you're obviously going to get some extremity swelling. In hypohydration, you're going to get some thirst, some irritability as well. So the issue with this is we want to make sure that we actually assess this properly. And As I talked about, if your athletes are gaining weight during practice, that's an easy way to detect it, or one way to help. And then the actual clinical diagnosis of this requires us to actually draw blood and assess blood sodium levels. Okay. Now, when we treat this, treatments look very different as well. So for hyponatremia, we have to give hypertonic saline infusion. And so this helps to increase the osmolality in our blood and help pull that water back out of the intracellular fluid, or pull it back out of our cells to help reduce that swelling. And then we can excrete anything we don't need. Hypohydration, however, if you are going to be treating, with IVs, is going to be utilizing normal saline. And so if you give normal saline to somebody with hyponatremia, it could potentially worsen the situation. So clinically, if you're unsure, you've got an individual who's presenting like this, you can give them salty food. Sodium is going to help increase the osmolality in the blood. It's going to, once again, help pull that fluid out of the cells and back into the vasculature so they can get rid of it when they don't need. And if not, it's just going to help with fluid retention if they're hypohydrated. So it really kind of decreases the problem here. And if you're really concerned as well, another risk factor or something that's been linked potentially for hyponatremia is individuals who are really salty sweaters. Okay, so we've all had those athletes when they take off their uniform at the end of the day, it could probably stand by itself because it's salt stains and salt deposits in it. And so potentially looking at finding a way to get sweat electrolyte testing done is going to be very beneficial. And hospitals do this. A key hallmark for actually diagnosing cystic fibrosis is finding individuals that have really, really salty sweat. Okay. So the question is, we're educating individuals on how to maintain hydration status or not, and how do we give a bulk or an overall recommendation for individuals that are very different. So how can we give this lineman the same recommendation that we give this very, very lean, small individual who's an endurance athlete? And it comes in the face of sweat rate testing. So this allowed us to really individualize the needs based on an individual's sweat rate. Okay? So if we look at an individual and the variability between sweat rates between different people, they vary quite largely. So anywhere from 0.5 to 3.9 liters per hour, with the average being right around 1 to 3 liters an hour. So this is going to be dependent upon a variety of factors, whether an individual is heat acclimatized, the exercise intensity at which they're working, also looking at different factors such as how fit they are, lean body mass, and a variety of other factors. So these can all really have a huge influence on an individual's sweat rate. And so it's really important to help us individualize this per person to actually do sweat rate testing. And then also, as I talked about, if you really have these salty sweaters or individuals, potentially considering sweat electrolyte assessment. Now, obviously, this requires specialized equipment and can be very challenging. So that obviously is somewhat of a limited recommendation. But if you have an assessment or you have the abilities to get testing done, it can be beneficial for those athletes. So you can better individualize their actual hydration needs. So how do we do this? It's relatively simple. You just take pre-exercise nude weight. And the reason I say nude weight is sweat can be trapped in clothing. And so if you weigh an individual in pre and post exercise and they're wearing clothing and they sweat a lot into that, they're going to get an altered rate or altered measure here. So take nude weight pre-post exercise, or as close to nude as you can, and then just divide that by the time in which they exercise. Okay. And when we weigh individuals in, we're going to want to use kilograms. And this is going to make your math a whole lot easier, okay? Because 1 kilogram equals 1 liter. So if an individual loses 1 kilogram of body weight, that means they lost 1 kilogram or 1 liter of sweat. Okay. And here's the equation just to familiarize you. So just take the difference between pre-mass and post-mass, add any fluid consumption that they may have had, and then once again divide that by the time. And that gives you the rate in liters per hour. Okay. So this really, like I said, gives us an individualized hydration plan. Okay. And so this allows individuals, and they now are aware of, hey, I need to be consuming fluids based on my actual sweat rate and my individual losses, okay? And the key here is to make sure we practice. it's never recommended to try something brand new on race day or on the day of a game. And so you want to make sure that individuals get comfortable and practice actually consuming these fluids during practices and preseason and things of that nature, just so that they can actually make sure that they're maintaining hydration properly. And eventually they'll figure out exactly how much or where the sweet spot is for maintaining their body mass. So the goal here is to lose less than 2% of their body mass during exercise, okay? And they should be drinking, as I said, according to that individualized sweat rate. So if for some reason they're not able to maintain 100% of what they lose, anything that they replace, they should be doing with about 125 to 150% of losses, okay? Because when we do drink fluids, especially if you're drinking water, eventually you're going to have to pee, and not all of it's going to be absorbed and equilibrated. So now, if we're just talking about these recommendations are for those individuals trying to maintain performance, right? Because anything above the 2% loss is really going to start to compromise athletic performance. And so if we're talking about individuals that are just recreational or they're novice to exercise, they're really going to be able to just drink according to thirst and probably be just fine. And this is really going to help them maximize safety and prevent overconsumption or things of that nature. And so unless you're really trying to go for a PR while mowing the lawn, I don't really think you really need to worry about actually consuming fluids based on your sweat rate. Okay, so a couple of examples for sweat rate calculations. Let's say you have an athlete weigh in pre-exercise at 70 kilograms. Their post-exercise weight is 68 kilograms, so they lost 2 kilograms during practice. Practice was an hour and a half, so 2 divided by 1.5 gives us 1.3 liters per hour. So the recommendation for this athlete is going to be, hey, you need to drink about 1 liter an hour. Okay, and 1 liter is about one of those normal sports bottles that most of us have on the sidelines. So it's about 33.8, 32 ounces. So in order to avoid this 2% loss, you can say, hey, drink one of these during practice, and you should be able to maintain. Now, that's making sure that they understand as intense as the practice was where they actually measured their sweat rate. If they're doing a really light day, they're probably not going to be sweating as much. So here's another example. If somebody actually did consume fluids, so 130 minus 125, pre minus post, and then you add in, as I said, that fluid consumption, and then you divide it by the exercise duration, and that's going to give a recommendation of about 2 liters per hour to maintain that body mass loss. Okay, so here's the recommendation that we have from our lab. Excuse me, make sure I stay hydrated up here. Sweat rate assessment for kind of on a mass scale, and how can you do this relatively effectively or efficiently? So have everybody show up for practice, weigh everybody in kilograms, have your strength coach or head coach run them through a 30-minute workout. Don't allow them to drink fluids, that way you don't have to worry about adding it in or keeping track of that. And then weigh them again in kilograms. And then take your pre-mass minus your post-mass. And that's going to be their sweat rate per half hour. And you multiply that by 2, and that gives you their sweat rate per hour. Okay? So now athletes have an individualized hydration plan. They understand this is how much I need to be consuming during practice. Okay? And once again, kind of going into this as well, this sweat rate testing are actually helping providing feedback to individuals pre and post practice. So they understand, based on that 3-day baseline that we talked about earlier, that if they're showing up for practice and they're 3% down from what they were the day before, they need to be consuming more off in their off time as well. And then doing a better job of rehydration. And then during practice, they can also provide feedback and say, okay, I only lost this much, 1 kilogram today or whatever it may be, so that they can actually know whether or not they're doing a good job of consuming enough fluids. So I want to talk about a couple other things that we get approached with a lot in my lab and a lot of questions that we get asked. And one of those is age differences. So some early research in thermoregulation suggested that youth and adolescents may have been different than adults, but it really doesn't seem to be that way when they start having some more methodological controls. So youth and adolescents seem to mimic adults in their ability to thermoregulate. We do see an increase in sweat rate, though, throughout youth. And as I showed you in one of those opening slides, they still demonstrate hypohydration when activity starts. So even our young individuals are not doing a good job of regulating how much they're consuming outside. Older individuals may also have some compromised thirst though. So as compared to a young individual, there's some baroreceptor changes that occur in older adults. And so we can have a compromised thirst. So really individualizing hydration plans for these people can be beneficial. And in addition to that, they may have some concomitant medical conditions and different medications that may alter their fluid balance. Okay. So I told you we need to make sure athletes are drinking, but what should they be drinking? So some sodium chloride or salt and carbohydrate don't really seem to have much of an effect on gastric emptying. And so you know, your standard sports beverage is probably going to be just fine. But too much of either can slow gastric emptying. And gastric emptying is just the rate at which those contents leave the stomach. And so if gastric emptying is slow, it can really start to alter an individual's ability to perform and maybe also alter their, cause them some discomfort and things like that. So the sweet spot seems to be between 3 and 8%. It typically works the best. Anything above this may start to alter their gastric emptying. And this is still somewhat individualized. So some individuals just can't tolerate drinking a really sugary drink. So just consider that as well. And then some sodium as well. So standard sports drinks typically has anywhere 20 milliequivalents or something in that nature. Okay. What about caffeine? As a graduate student, I think it's vital that I make sure I'm consuming caffeine on a daily to maintain my function. So you've probably heard this before, that if athletes choose to consume caffeinated beverages, they need to balance this with equal amounts of non-caffeinated fluid. And so many people have considered caffeine a diuretic, or have thought about it as a diuretic, but it's actually not. Caffeine in the literature has actually not been shown to be a diuretic when consumed at low doses. So having athletes replacing post-practice fluids with caffeine in them really isn't going to create an issue as long as it's not highly caffeinated, depending on the dose. So before and after exercise, this really also isn't going to be an issue. So, and this has been primarily shown with no differences in urine output. So one of these studies, Fiala et al., did a really nice job. And they actually had individuals consume 5 milligrams per kilogram body weight per day for 5 days and showed no differences in urine output when they consumed these. And so what's really interesting is that's about 5 to 6 espressos. So to give you an idea of how much caffeine you actually have to be consuming. Now, the recommendation is probably going to be closer to try to maintain under 3 milligrams per kilogram. But really what we do see, or why individuals may perceive caffeine to actually be a diuretic, is it's causing a smooth muscle contraction, and it causes us to empty our bladder. So whenever or whatever we have in our bladder gets emptied out, and we're not actually concentrating or producing more urine than what's already there. So caffeine overall is not a diuretic in low amounts, which is good, because I don't know about you, but that's first cup, and when I wake up, I'm more of a zombie. So it requires that 3rd, 4th cup before I actually reach functioning level. Now, everybody's favorite rehydration beverage. Unfortunately, anything above 4%, when we start looking at alcohol intake, has been shown to be a diuretic or have some diuretic effects. So this was some excellent work by Dr. Ron Mon, and they showed that when individuals were euhydrated, they had higher urine volumes when they consumed above 4% alcohol. So unfortunately, sorry everybody, gonna have to hydrate with some additional fluids as well, some water. So let's say an individual was not able to replace properly. The question now is do we use IV or oral fluid replacement? Interestingly, some excellent work by Dr. Brennan McDermott has shown that really from a thermoregulation and stress hormone standpoint, there's really not going to be much of an advantage of using an IV purely over oral rehydration. And this has been shown in multiple other studies as well. There does seem to be a little bit of cardiovascular benefit for using an IV, such as decreased heart rate, but overall, not going to be seeing really any benefit to using an IV for rehydration. Okay, and now it does seem to be if you combine oral fluid consumption with IV use, there may be some added benefits there, because then you're stimulating what's called the oropharyngeal reflex, and so that can really help with thirst suppression and things of that nature, some other fluid balance benefits. But realistically, if you have an individual who's just dehydrated, try to use, or the recommendation would be to use IV fluids somewhat sparingly, unless they can't tolerate drinking, obviously. So there's a lot of many cases where we've seen individuals who have nausea, vomiting, or many other reasons in which for some reason they can't consume fluids orally. So also it's been common for a lot of individuals to use preventative IVs, and there's really not been shown to be much of a benefit for using these either. So the recommendation overall is going to be, if an individual can tolerate oral fluids, that's going to be the recommendation, is to give oral fluids, because it's going to stimulate, like I said, that reflex when we actually consume and swallow liquids. It's going to have some benefits there. Okay, so adequate fluid replacement. Remember that water, as I said, is a diuretic. So we need to replace 125 to 150% of what's lost so that we can adequately actually reach equilibrium again within our bodies, or allow those fluids that option. So for example, if somebody loses a kilogram during practice, they're going to need to consume about 1.25 or 1.5 liters of fluid. Okay. Now, it should also be noted that there's been some nice work. Once again, Dr. Ron Mon demonstrated this, that if you consume a little bit of some food with this, that can help, because there's some extra nutrients in here, such as sodium, that's really going to help retain and facilitate some better water balance recovery. So this full 150% may not necessarily be necessary. So looking from this from an evidence-based practice standpoint, based on the evidence, we need to make sure that we're educating individuals, because they're not consuming enough fluids in their off time. And so educating not only athletes, but also making sure that our coaches are aware of the importance of consuming fluids properly is going to be really beneficial. And then calculating some individual variables so we can actually provide individualized hydration protocols for these athletes and individuals that we're working with, so that they can maintain and optimize performance. Okay? And then also letting them know, hey, I need to be consuming more or less during and after practice. And then also having these reevaluated. So regular reminders, as I showed earlier, that 5-minute talk lasted 3 days and was excellent, but by 3 weeks, they'd already gone back to their normal habits. So regular reminders and providing feedback for these individuals is going to be beneficial. Okay. And recalculating these individual variables as well. So as I talked about, sweat rate does vary a little bit based on things like exercise intensity, so as well as things such as heat acclimatization status and environmental factors. So if an individual is not working, or it's going to be a nice cool day where you're doing something really light, they're not going to be needing to consume that same amount that you did for their that individualized hydration, sweat rate. That sweat rate's going to be a little bit lower. So reevaluating these throughout the season can be beneficial once the temperatures and heat acclimatization status start to change. So all of you should have hopefully tests. I want to go over some of the answers to these just in case you have any questions. Laboratory and field assessment supports the the physiology of increased core temperature with greater dehydration. That's true. We demonstrated higher core temperatures. Goal of hydration is to prevent less than 2% body mass loss to facilitate safe exercise and increase performance and prevent some of these heat illness and risks and things of that nature. Okay. Athletes that are closer to euhydrated are better protected against heat illness as compared to those who are hypohydrated. So that's also true. Research supports that hypohydration negatively affects all the following except sleep quality. By adding sodium to a drink, we can facilitate better fluid retention. That's also true. Normal sweat range for athletes is 1 to 3 liters per hour. Remember, I gave you that pretty wide range. Outside of that as well, that's possible, but this seems to be about the average. Because caffeine dehydrates humans, athletes should not drink it before exercising in the heat. That's going to be false. The best way to rule out hyponatremia and rule in dehydration is by doing blood sodium assessment. Remember, anything below 135 milliequivalents or millimole per liter. Hydration education for adolescent athletes can be effectively done in just 5 minutes. And then the best hydration strategy to maintain fluid balance is to have athletes consume fluids that prevent greater than 2% body mass loss during activity. So some conclusions here. So as I talked about, many student athletes are showing up to practice dehydrated, and they're not adequately doing this outside of our watch. And so they're decent during activity, replacing upwards of 2/3, but they seem to need an extra boost when they actually get out of here. So having them respond to regular updates and educating them on proper hydration can be beneficial, and hopefully having them have the knowledge to have an individualized actual hydration plan can be really beneficial in moving forward and making sure these athletes are rehydrating post-practice and showing up to practice normally hydrated or optimally hydrated. Any questions? Yes. Yes, so actually like altering sweat because of uniform placement. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so individuals have really, as I talked about, there's a really individualized sweat rate. So some individuals can have really, really high sweat rates. And on top of that, they're also, when you sweat, you're also getting rid of things like sodium. And so if you're not adequately replacing those, you're not going to be holding onto that water as well. So adding some sodium to your beverages and things like that can really be beneficial. And that's part of the reason why we want to make sure that we individualize these testing and weighing individuals in and out of practices and making sure that they're aware that I'm doing a good job or I'm not doing a good job of actually consuming fluids during these whatever events we're actually looking at this for. So basically, it's just, from my understanding, it's just a really, really high sweat rate. And so individuals need to be making sure they're trying to keep up with that and taking regular breaks and things, especially if you're doing really hot environments, that can be an issue as well. Hopefully I answered that question a little bit. Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Yes.
She goes, is it heavy?
Just a reminder to make sure that you turn in your evaluation forms into the plastic bins here in the entrance. We'll provide the handouts to the attendees after the convention. Probably do it on Sunday and upload them, and that way they can, they want to go
All right,
there.
guys, we're gonna give away a couple of items here from.
Yeah, I think I sent you one that had like the
Vortex.
Page. Okay, perfect. Is that one that you're gonna use?
The Vortex Sport Wrap.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
The water bottle dryer
A
rack.
little bit fast, I guess. But.
Got 2 of them. The only people that are going to have a chance at this is if you actually went and visited their booth and filled out one of their forms. That's how they wanted to do it. So I will let
We were talking live, and he wants
Stephanie. We're gonna pick 2 names here. The first one's gonna be the small rack.
Yes. It's in this room right over here, 202. There's a sign that
Who do we
says,
have?
Please do not disturb. On there, we're
HM King. Oh no. Yeah, Jackie Gonzalez from King High School. Sorry. There you go.
Yes. Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much. I appreciate it. So just,
yeah,
hopefully answer any questions.
All right. Same thing on this large rack here. Who is it? Gabri Ibrahim. Gabby Ibrahim. She here? There she is back there. Thank you, guys. We'll have a couple of really big door prizes after the next speaker. Mike Connors is a regional director for Greater Therapy Centers in Fort Worth, Texas. He is the current president of the Texas Physical Therapy Association. In addition, Mike is an adjunct faculty member in the entry-level DPT program at UNT Health Science Center in Fort Worth, teaching in the musculoskeletal track. Lastly, Mike is a principal consultant for a professional ballet company in Fort Worth in the area of injury prevention and wellness. Originally from Toms River, New Jersey, he received a BS in biology from Stockton State College in Pomona, New Jersey. He received his master's of physical therapy from Rutgers University in 2003 and his transitional doctor of physical therapy degree in 2008. He is currently pursuing a PhD degree at Texas Women's University with an anticipated completion in late 2017. Mike obtained his board certification in orthopedic physical therapy from the American Board of Physical Therapy Specialties in 2011. He has been employed in the outpatient orthopedic, hospital-based, inpatient rehabilitation, academic, and home health settings. In addition, Mike is a frequent speaker and guest lecturer on topics ranging from manual therapy to differential diagnosis and primary care PT practice. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Connors.
Thank you to you all for the opportunity to come talk to you about something that I'm pretty passionate about. I wish sometimes they'd just let us get up and say, hi, I'm Mike, I'm a physical therapist, and I'd love to talk to you about something I use in my practice that's really effective. So thank you for the opportunity to be with y'all. My family requested one thing. You know, they got to come to Padre with me, and while I'm here with you all. They reminded me that they're on the beach, you know, with the beautiful Gulf. So if I can just get a selfie, if y'all entertain me for a second. I'm pretty bad at this, but I'll try to get different parts of the room, just so I can prove to them that I was actually at a talk, that I wasn't just like sitting at Louis or Clayton's or something like that. So I am Mike, I'm a PT. I'm gonna try to go through this. Can I just get a feel for what the audience, any PTs in the room? Okay, cool. Any athletic trainers? Okay, figured that was the case. Any physicians? Okay, this is a very broad topic. So what I hope to do, regardless of whether this is something that you can use in your practice or not, I'm gonna try to make this very broad as an application type discovery. So that way you get a feel for what types of interventions that are utilized across the spectrum. So I don't care if you're an orthopedic surgeon, primary care sports, athletic trainer, physical therapist, these concepts are applicable across disciplines. So my caveat is always that as a licensed PT, this is in my purview and practice act. You might be an ATC and this is within your practice act. Whatever discipline you are, it's ultimately your professional responsibility to ascertain whether or not this is a part of your practice act. So that's kind of my caveat. So just from a perspective of very global, talking about a very effective, efficacious intervention that is not owned by acupuncturists, and I'll kind of talk about the difference there kind of as we go through things. And I'm pretty informal, I'm high energy, and I pace a lot. So if you have questions while we're going, just raise your hand, throw something at my general direction, and I'll do my best to go through, and we'll save some time for questions at the end. So this is kind of a Cliff's Notes version. So if you go through a certification program, like similar to the one I went through, about 27 to 30 hours over a 3-day continuing ed course, and they're typically anywhere from 2 to 3 parts. So it's a lot jammed in. You know, you're doing a lot of repetitions, trying to get really confident and comfortable with sticking someone with needles. Sometimes we're more comfortable with that idea than not, depending on your background. But I'm going to try to go through. So I'm an educator. We always have to have objectives. I hope that you guys just get a good feel for what dry needling is, how it's different from acupuncture. And I'm going to try to give some specifics for an athlete population. I work with a lot of performing artists, although they're not your football, basketball, soccer. I consider it kind of like sideline coverage because they're, you know, we're sitting there on the sidelines of their performances, waiting for something aberrant to possibly happen, or we're treating them in between performances. And dry needling is one of those interventions that we use pretty frequently. So I'm going to try to interject with some examples from some of the soccer, football, basketball, and dancers that I treat. And then we'll entertain other questions from there. So this is a patient of mine. I wanted to throw this out there and see if there was anyone in the audience that'd want to volunteer for this kind of treatment. All right. This isn't torture. I also treat people with a fair amount of neurological dysfunction. This is a patient that has dystonia. So just a lot of tightness all over the place. And what he's found in trying all these different interventions, backlift pumps, that actually dry needling is the only thing on a bi-weekly basis that keeps his tone and pain in check and allows him to work, of all things, as a true ditch digger. This guy's got probably one of the hardest jobs of anybody I know, goes out and digs ditches for the water company for like 60 hours a week. So not only is he going out and beating his body to death, but he's also, you know, trying to manage pain and be a father to his kids and all those kind of things. I also like humor, so I try to throw things in there from time to time. So if anyone's offended, stop me out in the parking lot and you can tell me how offended you are. Okay, so where are we going today? We're going to talk about dry needling. We're going to talk about the difference between dry needling and acupuncture. I'm going to go into some of the kind of the contention between dry needling and acupuncture. Talk about a little bit about trigger points. We're going to talk about the effects trigger points have on the body. We're going to talk about what dry needling does to reduce pain. Talk about how safe it is, because we are introducing a needle into someone's body. So there's always questions about infection and things like that. And then how do we do it? And I'm hopefully going to have an audience participant that'll let me demonstrate them at the very end. Maybe not. Okay, so what is dry needling? It's a technique to treat the neuromuscular system in the presence of muscle tightness, pain, dysfunction. If you really want a pretty good, just concise definition right from Wikipedia, it's the use of a monofilament needle. So if you look at the difference between an acupuncture needle and a hypodermic needle, so who uses hypodermic needles as a part of their regular practice? Okay, so if you think about the gauges of needles, like 18 gauge, 20 gauge, you know, they're made to tear through skin. They're made to tear through, get to the vein or artery, draw blood. I'm not trying to tear through skin. In fact, I'm trying to do the least amount of trauma possible to the skin when I'm trying to utilize dry needling as an intervention. So I tell patients that this is not like going to the doctor and giving blood, which I know you all dread. This is something that we're using a small monofilament needle. So it's like a 0.3 millimeter, third of a millimeter in diameter. It's really sharp at the end, and it's designed to get through as much tissue as possible, causing as little trauma to get to that area of dysfunction. We also call it a dry needle because we're not using any sort of injectable. We're not dipping it in lidocaine, marcaine, bupivacaine, anything like that prior to inserting that needle. So we're taking that needle, finding that difficult spot that's pain, stiff, tight, using that needle. In fact, when patients ask me what the main difference between acupuncture and dry needling is, I say acupuncture involves all this, energy, congested flow. Dry needling is we find it, we grab it, we stab it, and then you feel better. Sometimes not always the easiest sell, but at least they get that in their head that this is not acupuncture. So what is the big difference? Anyone give me a good definition of what acupuncture is or involves? Any acupuncturists out there? Okay, so acupuncture is this big field of study grounded in Eastern Oriental medicine. It involves assessments of pulse and tongue, and much more than I could ever go into, and has to do with treating areas of congested energy flow called qi that corresponds to different visceral structures and organ dysfunction and changes in your pulse and in your tongue. So they're doing a lot more of a meridian-based approach, more of a very systematic, where dry needling is literally, like I said, grab it and stab it. We're going to find tight, taut areas in the muscle, those bands that are shortened, painful, stiff. We're going to stick a needle into that. One common example I give to people, who here has tightness and stress in their upper shoulders, upper traps? Okay, that's my favorite area to treat because people come in with neck pain, with stiffness. What do we do a lot of, most of us? Sitting at a computer, right? At some point in our existence, we're doing it for work, we're doing it for Facebook, our faces are on our phones, we're in that kind of flex posture. We're going to get dysfunction in those muscles, and we can have a big effect at decreasing that tightness that we just can't seem to do something with utilizing needling. I said, hopefully this won't be an approach that you're subject to, but okay, so what are some common symptoms of dry needling? What do they feel like? Clinically, what I hear most commonly is people report a dull ache or cramp. Pain, stiffness, more described as an ache or a throbbing, postural fatigue, than really sharp pain. Really infrequently do I get sharp pain, radicular symptoms. They may have pain at rest or with motion. They may have stiffness. Could be very difficult to locate. Could be referred pain, and it may be just diffuse, not really related to dermatome or myotome. I like dermatome or myotomal referral patterns because they're really easy to assess. I can treat, and then I can reassess, and I can see an immediate effect. So if I see something that's affecting the C2-3 dermatome, I can assess that. I can treat that upper trap and all that related musculature. I can reassess using pain and other variables, and then I can tell right away. So patients always think I'm a little crazy when I tell them I expect a 30% change when we use this intervention from baseline on the first visit, because I'm big into patient education and I'm big in delivering what we say we're going to deliver. So when a patient comes to me and I say, I know you've been other places, I know you say that exercise, massage, all these other things that you've tried before don't work. Let's try this. And if you can deliver 25 to 30%, regardless of your population, you got them hooked. They're going to really be interested in what you have to say and how you have to go about your plan in addressing their dysfunction. And a lot of times it's not related to trauma. So one of my early biases was this must only happen in people post motor vehicle wreck. Had to have been a trauma. That's the only thing that can cause those upper trap or postural muscles to get that jacked up. But then I started seeing this big population on a university campus of administrative professionals, people whose job is to sit at a computer for 30 to 50 hours a week, and none of which have had real great ergonomic assessments done to tell them if that's their ideal sitting posture. So started to do more introspection and investigation into that, and found that really this is the common presentation. I see a lot of people that have postural dysfunction and end up with these trigger points. So how do we find them? I use palpation a lot in my practice, just trying to get in there, trying to figure out where things are, trying to see if we can't have a positive impact. A lot of times I use trigger point pressure. So I'll palpate along, say, the upper trap, and if you all did that right now, if you grab your upper trap, kind of give it that lumbrical pinch, pinch along it. Don't pinch too hard. We don't want to hit a spot where you pass out. Find that one trigger point that feels really tight and just squeeze it for a second or two. You may feel it either jump, like you hit that relaxation point, or it gives it a little bit of a release. So that's sort of what I look for. Or a jump sign like I put a lot of pressure there and the patient jumps because of pain. So either way, I'm trying to elicit a twitch response. And the underlying is I'm trying to inhibit that overexcitement or overactivity of that muscle, trying to get that to relax and restore normal range of motion. So here's just a depiction of a trigger point. So from the utmost level of the muscle all the way down to that micro layer, I'm really trying to get a feel for what's going on from top to bottom. So if I'm looking layer by layer, I'm going to palpate for the taut band. What I'm really going to see is an area, if I look at it under a slide microscope, I'm going to see areas of sarcomere shortening, most commonly at that myotendinous junction, but shortening nonetheless. And I'm going to be able to visualize a contraction and knot. So investigators like Jay Shaw out in Georgia have done some ultrasound guided imaging over trigger points. And they've actually seen that we see a trigger point under ultrasound guidance imaging. We can stick a needle into it. We can interrupt that. We can get a twitch response, and we can see those actual muscle fibers relax. So we see a reflexive relaxation of that twitch response. So not only do we theorize it, we can measure the neurotransmitters and chemicals that are present, in the trigger point before and after needling, but we've also seen it under ultrasound guidance. So there's all kinds of different definitions. I ascribe to the Travell and Simons. Travell and Simons were physicians that studied trigger point mapping. They'd inject a substance into an area and follow the referred pattern. Tend to follow along referred patterns at times, but like I said, not. But the true characteristics are the tight band, like I said, referred tenderness, motor dysfunction, and then there is an autonomic phenomenon. So what do I mean by an autonomic phenomenon? So I'll needle patients from time to time, and they'll go into a hysterical crying or laughing spell. And it's not related to the fact that the needling hurts, is that somehow we're stimulating the autonomic nervous system. I had a friend a while back with plantar fasciitis, and he wouldn't let me needle him because, your friends never let you treat them. So I had one of my therapists treat him. And within like 4 visits, we had this chronic plantar fasciitis completely resolved through needling and then a multimodal strengthening and stretching program. The funny thing was, he'd get up off of our table, and it would look like he had a sweat outline where he was laying on the table because of that autonomic nervous system effect. Not that he's diaphoretic or anything like that, but we're stimulating some sort of sympathetic nervous system response. And this is where a lot of the literature is going. If you do a Google Scholar search of dry needling and nervous system effects, you'll see a lot of the research that's coming up on the horizon, trying to study and understand more of what's occurring, not just from a musculoskeletal perspective, because that's simple, right? I can stick a needle, or if I press and compress something long enough in a trigger point, I'm going to see a change. These are the effects that I can't necessarily explain. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those chemicals. So how do we find them? We all have different assessments we use. And I'm not saying that one assessment, I like the SFMA and the FMS just because they're multifunctional planes of movement. I don't like range of motion just in isolation because it's non-functional. We don't move in planes of just elbow flexion extension. We move in multiplanar movements. But however you like to do your assessment, one of the things I like to hammer home a lot is treatment effectiveness. And the only way we can get good at really knowing if something is effective in isolation is you assess something, you interventionally treat it, and then you reassess it. So I like to do things like the FMS quickly. I can treat them. I can do a quick post-assessment or break down components of the SFMA or the FMS. And then that tells me right then and there that there was an effect related directly to that intervention or not. And then you can use other things. If you like to measure range of motion, if that is something, or flexibility, neural tension, motor control, and then any type of stability issues. So a couple different ways that I use palpation. You can look at a skin rolling. Skin rolling is if, say, I was along the paraspinals on the right side. Normally, I should be able to roll along the skin. That myofascial layer rolls on top of the muscle pretty nicely. What you tend to find is areas of like glue, where if you see it just doesn't roll smoothly, it tends to bunch up, and you may see that in athletes with like long-term tendinopathies, acute muscle strains. There's autonomic nervous system changes that are also related to that. You can take the end of a reflex hammer or a matchstick, and in that area, you can stick the edge of the wood part of the matchstick or the edge of the reflex hammer into the skin. Typically, if you did that, you'd see that skin blanch quickly, and then the tone of the skin go back to normal. When we see autonomic nervous system changes, you see those indentations stay for maybe like a minute or two, a little longer than I would anticipate. And then an orange peel, or it's known as the peel d'orange. That's just a common appearance in cases where there's an underlying autonomic nervous system component. So the skin takes on an appearance of like an orange peel, if you think about just the inside of an orange. So where do they come from? There's all kinds of theories, and this is just one of the commonly accepted theories from Jay Shaw. It starts off with changes in muscle due to some sort of trauma or overload, most commonly overload injury, leads to decreased energy, tissue hypoxia, leads to an increase of acetylcholine release at the neuromuscular junction, resulting in increase in spontaneous electric activity. Spontaneous electrical activity is just an increase in that resting tone. So anytime we have an increase in the activity of muscle, when I measure it via fine wire or surface EMG, I'm going to see an increase in spontaneous electrical activity. And then over time, that causes prolonged soft tissue adaptation and shortening, which leads to trigger points. Okay, spontaneous electrical activity, we can measure this with needle EMG. Normally, we'd have some action potentials that we might see at rest in just an area that's a little bit of hypertonic possibly, but we're seeing this as a discrete increase in activity. So when I look at that surface EMG printout to the far right, I see that at rest, I should see what's on the lower one, whereas in an area with trigger points, I'm seeing an increase in that activity. And then what we also have seen through work with Shaw, Gunn, and others is that needle EMG has been effective at resulting in that normalized signal. So even if we don't even look at a targeted approach, just stick a needle into an area that's hypertonic has been shown to decrease that electrical activity. So the other part of it is the neurophysiological mechanism. So not only do we have the biomechanical effects, we also have the effects of nociceptive chemicals. So like CGRP is calcitonin, gene reactive protein, interleukin, a lot of those inflammatory transmitters increase in concentration, decrease the pH in that environment. That lowers the stimulation for threshold, and that eventually leads to increase in the likelihood of stimulation through things that normally shouldn't be. So kind of that central sensitization that you might be hearing a lot more about in the literature now, a non-painful stimulus that's now painful. So what I hear a lot of times, if someone that's got a really angry trigger point, they wear a tight shirt and that brushes against their upper trap, that elicits a noxious stimulus when in effect normally it shouldn't. So we have a decrease in the stimulation for threshold results in an increase in that stimulation. So the underlying contributor to that is really neurogenic inflammation. Neurogenic inflammation or inflammation to that nervous system, patient's going to report pain and stiffness like we said before. There will be an increase in the resting tone, and we're seeing that through palpation and through stimulation of those peripheral points. So Chan Gun was is a physician in China, and he studied what's known as the radiculopathy model, and has demonstrated this in humans and rats. In effect, he believes that every level of the spine, we have a dermatomal and a myotomal connection, and we can mostly agree to that. But if we stimulate centrally, we'll have an effect peripherally. So he took a bunch of people in rats, studied these shortened sarcomeres, and found, okay, if I stimulate L4 and I stimulate, the quad, I should see an effect both centrally and peripherally. So by stimulating an area around that, not necessarily that exact motor point, and stimulating centrally, I can enact change. So we found that people with negative EMGs, and what kind of started it all, were coming in and reporting less pain overall. I said that the neuropathy must be the underlying cause of pain, that there must be some sort of degenerative change that occurs at the level of the spine. Level of the spine, degenerative changes, compresses that spinal nerve, and that has an effect on the peripheral nerve. And then the ensuing result is muscle shortening. So people that you'll see, and they'll label themselves as gun practitioners, are grounded in the model where they're not just going to treat a peripheral area like I commonly do. They'll treat centrally and they'll treat peripherally. And you're seeing more and more of this type of research in pain science. As we look for pain distributions and we look at pain mapping and we see how a central stimulation increases a peripheral stimulus and how that can become more noxious over time, we're looking at ways, how can we treat more globally instead of locally to enact more change? So there's all kinds of effects of how dry needling is associated to how the brain processes pain. So we get the pain fibers, afferents of myelinated and unmyelinated 3 and 4 fibers that bring pain. It's mediated by the periaqueductal gray. As a result of that pain stimulus, we have increase in somatosensory cortex, increase in limbic system. So what does that correlate to? Muscles get tight and our emotional response is heightened because our limbic system's kind of our fight or flight, oh crap, something's about to happen or something's going on, I can't explain it, my panic system. So that's that. We get a decrease in the hypothalamic activity. So our kind of homeostasis mechanism decreases and a decrease in the hippocampus activity. So we get this onset of pain. We start to go in that fight or flight. We actually get a suppression of pain memory, which I think is really interesting. And there's been some cool studies that have come out to look at how people recall prior pain experiences, even if it's the same type pain. So I see this a lot in my practice with chronic pain. I'll treat someone repetitively over the course of maybe, say, 6 months. And it's very intermittent. I see them for a couple weeks. We treat them. We modulate their pain. They go back into their life. Of course, like most of our patients, clients we interact with, they stop doing the things that we tell them to do. That they get back into their routines. And they come back almost in a sense of panic, greater in pain presentation than the time before. And when I've looked into a lot of the research, a lot of it's related to that decrease in that hippocampus activity and activation. They forget what that pain experience was like. So I do a lot of patient education to try to talk them down off the cliff right away to be like, okay, time out. Remember, this was the same pain that you felt, 3, 6, 9 months ago. It's just a new onset from doing the same activity. It's just a little bit more, acute in its presentation this time, and try to talk them through that. So what does dry needling do to reduce pain? Other than just the biomechanical of, I feel there's a trigger point, I stick a needle into it, relaxes that muscle. What else is going on? So what studies have found is that needling just in general in a diffuse area actually causes a decrease or an inhibition of central nervous system activity. So whether or not I'm really specific or whether or not I just think, okay, I kind of know anatomy, kind of want to stick some needles in people, I'm just going to do it in a general area. Both have been shown to cause a demonstrable change. Superficial needling tends to activate limbic system. So you're getting a little bit of kind of a decrease in that emotional response just from superficial needling, and that's been shown. The deeper we go with needling, especially towards bone, we tend to get more CNS activation. So if you think about it, the outer lining of the periosteum of the bone is very highly innervated. So it makes sense to me, if I stimulate something that's got a lot of afferent input, I'm going to get a change. And we see that clinically. And then just overall improvement in just quality of perceived quality of life, improvement in just their overall emotional mood. And I see this on a day-to-day basis. Somebody will come in, especially someone with chronic pain. There's depressive, there might be manic episodes related to that. I take an assessment, maybe using the SF-12 or some sort of quality of life index, pre versus post-treatment. And in most cases, we'll see a change, even just in general mood. Give me a couple descriptors of your mood now versus your mood after. And it could have been, yeah, not great, slightly depressed, just feeling achy. And then afterwards, feel a lot better, less pain, feel like I can go out and do more, I feel less fatigue, and all of those are then indicative of some of those nervous system. And then there's just the local effects, more biomechanical, decrease in spinal cord reflex, we get increase in blood flow to the area, decrease in those present neurotransmitter chemicals, increase in restoration of levels of those reactive nociceptive proteins. So what I always tell people is there's kind of three-pronged approach. There's a mechanical reaction, there's a chemical, and then there's an electrophysiological reaction. And mechanical is the immediate Muscle is tight, muscle becomes relaxed. Chemical is all of the proteins and nervous system effects, and then electrophysical is kind of that a combination of all of those different variables that we can measure using an EMG. So different depths do achieve different results. What I tell people all the time, especially new needlers and patients, we're going to go deep or we're going to go home. I like bone as a backdrop because it's safe. Okay, I think I could teach I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old daughter. I think I could teach them how to dry needle someone. They wouldn't understand the reasoning or the application, but the art of manipulating a needle and sticking that into someone is not skillful. Knowing when, knowing why, knowing where, knowing, the indications, contraindications, precautions, that's where the real skill in this comes. So as you're thinking about things, there's some really great apps out there. And I'm not promoting anything. I'm just telling you what I use in my practice. There's no conflict or anything like that. But if you search on the App Store or the Android Store, there's some really great anatomical apps that you can find out there. One of the great things about that is you actually look at a person anatomically in situ. It's really hard for me to conceptualize a Netter's Atlas or a Gray's Atlas of Anatomy and try to use that as patient education and then to correlate to 3D dimensional anatomy. So a lot of those apps out there, and offline I can answer some questions about those specifically, are great because I can show a patient exactly layer by layer what I'm going through. I can show them on my portable device, okay, I'm going to needle your deltoid, and to do that, this is the dermis and epidermis. I'm going to reflect that. This is the middle deltoid. Reflect that. This is down to the humerus. And the only precaution I have is that posterior circumflex artery. And once patients see that, clients, whatever, there's a lot less anxiety to the approach because they see, I'm getting over the initial fear of you sticking me with a needle. I know you know what you're doing because you know your anatomy and you're able to, express it really well. And I know that the likelihood of an adverse event is really low. So just really driving that home. And all those different effects that we said all the way down to bone. So a couple different things that we talked about, in terms of the deeper the signal, the deeper the CNS effect. I'm going all the way down to bone. You can do some perineural effects if you're really looking for a very strong. And then one of the things I've started using in my practice, probably in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, I've been using this for about 5 years, is utilizing an E-stim application. You can use a microcurrent pulse stimulator, or you can use like a neuromuscular stim unit with alligator clips. You can drop needles into an area, stim it, and both the effects as well as the immediate and post carryover effects are significantly increased compared to before needling. So it tends to enhance the effect. Really learned it early on, more anecdotally. I learned this new skill. Who do you practice on most of all when you learn a new skill? Your family members. So I went home to my wife and I said, I learned this new skill. Can I needle your upper traps? And she said, sure. So the first couple times, needled both sides. And afterwards, she said, I really don't want you to do that anymore because it's making me worse. I'm more sore as a result of it. So why don't you go back, practice on your patients, get really good, and then come back. Well, I was seeing the same effect in my patients. So I was like, well, my wife wasn't just being nice. She was telling me that this was really painful. My patients say the same thing. So started using E-stim and noticed almost an 80% reduction in that post-needling soreness. The effect was magnified that much more because of that deeper CNS activation. So when do you see effects? Tends to be right away. And one of the things that I hammer home a lot of times is regardless of your application and the way that you tend to look at things based off your training, we never utilize this in isolation. I'm never just needling. I'm not an acupuncturist, and I make that known. I'm a physical therapist that utilizes this in my practice. So I never utilize this in isolation. Okay, so how safe is it? This is a question I get a lot of times. You're asking me to go out potentially to either become, certified in this or to expose myself. I'm also a proponent. I never do anything clinically unless I've been exposed to it, just because I don't want a patient to start saying something like, oh, is this normal? And me to sit there like, oh, I don't know. You want to be able to speak to the normal effects. And the best way to do that is to have this done. It's also a plug for someone to volunteer at the very end. Let's hope that none of you ever get this bored in your job. Okay, so how safe is needling? So unfortunately, dry needling's been around for about 50 years, 60 years, but acupuncture's been around for thousands of years. So most of the adverse event data has focused on acupuncture. And this one study looked at acupuncture adverse events reported in China over a 72-year period. a total of almost 1,200 cases, and the most commonly cited adverse effect was soft tissue injuries. You know, we had pneumothorax, and I'll talk a little bit about that. When you look at the relative risk of needling compared to other interventions, needling is actually safer than therapeutic exercise in an athlete population. It's safer than spinal manipulation in the C-spine. So when we think about things, relative risk, you know, risk-benefit ratios and things like that, a skilled person that knows where they're sticking a needle is actually safer than someone that might not be skilled in applying therapeutic exercise as a dosing drug. So I find that to be really interesting because this is a heck of a lot more invasive than having someone do, you know, a higher level of exercise, but the application is the important part. And it's not in this slide, but in one it said injuries of the medulla oblongata and needling the foramen magnum. I don't know what that treatment approach is, but I don't use that in my practice. Okay, most important thing is know your anatomy. So I use a lot of upper trap needling. I don't ever stick a needle down into the upper part of the upper trap. A lot of times, upper trap, lat, we're pulling the muscle away. Why do you think that is? Lung. So in like 85 to 90% of people, the apex of the lung actually extends above the clavicle. So I want to, anything I'm treating, the lat, you know, I want to be mindful of that outer lung tissue. I don't want to introduce purposely a needle into the lung. So just know your anatomy. Know about where things are. Know that, you know, about T9, T10 is where I'm going to find the liver. Know, you know, how far down the lungs extend down from the superior and then to the lower lobe. Tells you a lot about just, you know, depth and goals of achievement. There are some relative contraindications, and these are just kind of gospel and verse. They are what they are. Inadequate knowledge or denied consent. The conversation's over. If a patient just automatically, no way in hell, you're not coming at me with a needle, they have a significant needle phobia, it's off the table, I'm going to try something else. And I don't care if that's, you know, Mrs. Smith that's 85 years old or my 18-year-old sideline athlete. We're just looking for something else. Lack of sterility. Also make it known that this is not a sterile technique. I'm not creating a sterile field in an OR. I use clean needle technique. I prep the skin. I wear gloves. You know, we're utilizing as much precaution as we can to decrease the likelihood of infection, but it's not a sterile technique. The needles also come pre-packaged in sterile packaging, but again, it's not a sterile technique. Pregnancy in the first trimester, I have a general rule of thumb. I don't even like to breathe on patients that are in that first trimester, just for my own comfort zone, because there's so many adverse events that can happen. So I avoid that. People with bleeding disorders on anticoagulants, people that are significantly immunosuppressed, for whatever reason, umbilicus, nipples, external genitalia, unless that's your thing, over joint replacements, implants, cardiac pacemakers, and spinal stimulants, just for common sense. And then there's a general protocol that's pretty accepted. I know a lot of you work very closely with orthopedic surgeons, so I tend to run this by them before I start sticking needles into their surgical areas. Typically for adjacent structures, it's 6 weeks, and over the direct site, 12 weeks post-operatively. So an example, I work very closely in my primary practice in the DFW area with a well-known shoulder surgeon. A lot of those patients are in abduction splints for a good, or slings for a good 4 to 6 weeks. They get a lot of upper trap tightness. So I've gone to him and said, you know, at post-op, week 4, 5, 6, if they're cool and, you know, they're progressing okay, is it okay if we hit that upper trap with a needle? You know, you did a rotator cuff repair, our risk of relative infection is really low because the upper trap doesn't even communicate with the shoulder girdle, and they're pretty accepting of it. You get a total joint surgeon and you want to start sticking needles in the quads, and that opens up to the knee. There's a much higher relative risk of infection. So whether you're recommending this or utilizing this in your day-to-day practice, the caveat I always give is the surgeon owns the protocol. So just communicate with them and see what they're comfortable with. Couple types of piercings out there. Relative precautions and just things to be aware of. Anything along the lung field, just know your depth. I needle the intercostals, I'll needle the rectus, the obliques. I just have to know how deep I'm gonna go, so make sure I don't introduce a needle into that. The iliac crest, just make sure you're not going into the peritoneal cavity. The sacral, coccyx, or buttocks, for whatever obvious reasons. Neurovascular bundles, so especially the femoral triangle, the cubital fossa, You can stick a needle into the femoral triangle. There's a lot of great applications treating pectineus on the floor of the triangle, treating the conjoined tendon of iliacus and psoas minor. So don't be afraid of it. Just know what the precautions are and just be trained in that approach. Worst case scenario, say you hit an artery or a nerve. We don't want to gun for them. We're not trying to be a sniper and go for the femoral artery. It's a very, very small, I said a third of a millimeter in diameter needle. The likelihood that that's going to cause trauma and insult and cause this huge bleed out is very small. Keep in mind too that arteries do have smooth muscle, so it's not uncommon for them to report a deep ache that's not consistent with what I would feel. So normally I'll stick a needle in someone and they'll say, you know, that's just a deep ache, kind of uncomfortable, almost like, you know, butterflies in your stomach locally. But when they start to report, that's like a sharp, intense ache. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right. Typically are signs that you've either hit an artery or a vein. Nerve, it's going to be simple. It's going to zing. So if you hit a nerve root in the lumbar spine, thoracic spine, you hit a peripheral nerve, you're going to get a quick zinger along that distribution. You back the needle out, you go right back after it and move on. And what I always tell patients when that happens, I meant to do that. That was just an extra part of the treatment. I'm not going to charge you any more for that. But you're going to feel better as a result of me doing that. Common complications. So needle insertion, of course, is going to be the most common effect. You know, I stick a needle in someone, of course it's going to hurt. I may have a vasovagal response. This is also why I never needle someone in standing. Probably seems pretty obvious, but the training course that I went through and that I teach with, they used to have people stick themselves and then stick each other as kind of that initial needle stick. What they found were very high rates of vasovagal reactions, people fainting in their chairs. If this does happen, just like if it happens on the sidelines, you get them laying down, you throw their legs up above the level of their heart, you shove some ammonia in their face, and before you know it, they're back to their senses. So not a big deal, and I try not to, even if it happens, trying to make a big deal out of it to the patient. A lot of times they're embarrassed. Forgotten needles, needles that get stuck, that does happen. There's some really aggressive winding techniques. You drop the needle in, you wind it up. Well, if you think about it, anytime you wind something up, that's going to cause the tissue to go with it because the needle's there. So if you wind that needle up, that paraspinal tissue, bicep tissue is going to wrap around that. Well, if that muscle is really tight, that needle might get stuck. Not a big deal. Drop a couple of their needles around it, stimulate it, and a lot of times we'll get that muscle to relax and back that needle back out. Needles do break. It doesn't happen very often. I've seen it in the acupuncture literature. Fatigue, bruising, and infection are also common. Infection, very low rates, but you always want to educate people about all of the possible effects that can happen after an intervention. Common signs of pneumothorax, and you all know this. This is a medical emergency. I haven't had this happen. This has been reported. Somebody left the clinic. You know, we've heard stories of it. They call you back, or they leave the whatever environment you treated them. They say, you know, I kind of feel a little fatigued, but I also feel a little short of breath. And you think back and you're like, man, yeah, I treated their upper traps, I treated their lats, their rhomboids. You know what, just take a trip to the ER, get a chest x-ray, make sure everything's cool, call me back after it's done. Let's make sure that, and then I just own it. I could say personally, if this happened to me, I would sit down with the patient and say, you know, this is not what I was going for. This is just a relative risk of the intervention. You know, I would not try to say, oh, it's probably something that you did after you left here. You probably tried to lift too strenuously. Just own it. Move beyond it, and you know, keep that patient's trust going. Call 911, transport them to the ER. So what I'm going to go through just really quickly is kind of a how-to, finish with a demonstration, and then leave plenty of time for questions. So getting started. So I make sure that I'm in a distraction-free environment. I know, having worked in them in the past, I know what sidelines are like. I know what clinics are like. I know what training rooms are like. They're noisy. There's a whole lot going on. So I don't do a lot of needling, even if I'm backstage at Bass Hall in Fort Worth with the ballet company I work with. I'm not sitting on stage on the side during a performance trying to sit there and dry needle someone's adductor. I take them down into a room where it's a lot quieter, where I can actually think and then apply that intervention. So try to minimize distraction, because I know in your environments there's a million things going on at any one time, but you're sticking needles in people. So if you're going to do that, you want to make sure that you can do it and not have 10 million other things going on. Make it so that way they're comfortable. If you have someone in a position where they're not comfortable and they're guarding, that's going to automatically decrease the likelihood of your successive intervention. Make sure you can access everything. You don't want to have to get in a position where like you're over the table, standing on one leg, you know, trying to expose the glute. Get everything ready beforehand, and then position yourself so there's no barriers between you and the patient. I recommend a lot of times when I teach that people get a cart, just like you'd have a cart that has all your supplies, whatever types of supplies you use. Everyone is very methodical, I know, in the way that they do things, whether you're whatever. You know, you're applying your interventions, you're getting everything ready, you're minimizing distractions, because you have to be efficient in all of our environments to be successful. So that's what I at least recommend. This is kind of a typical starter kit. There is evidence to say that using gloves or not using gloves doesn't matter, that the bacteria on the skin really doesn't directly relate to the likelihood of a staph infection or skin infection from introducing foreign objects into the skin. So that's been pretty interesting to see. I use them in my practice because I just believe in universal precautions. If I treat everyone the same, no one can ever claim that I was biased against them. I treated them differently. I don't care if you're, you know, normal, healthy, you know, 17-year-old football player, or if you're, you know, 50-year-old, million comorbidities, Hep C, HIV, whatever, y'all are being treated the same, you know. And then, like I said, and then all different needle sizes, needle types. So needles come packaged in a couple different ways, and I'll show a couple examples. They come pre-packaged in these single-use tubes, which are pretty common, and they come packaged in what's known as blister packs. So we see a lot of times where you'll either have pre-packaging, and I'll pass a couple of these around just so anyone that's interested can get a feel for what those are like. Get this open today. It's not a controlled substance, so I'm not really all too worried. It's the beautiful thing about being a PT. I don't deal with drugs, so y'all want to pass those around and just get a feel for what that's like. We'll start off on one here. Go to this side. You guys can just get a feel for what that needle's like and how small they are if you want to pass those around. So I look at a lot of times that are named by two numbers. And if you look on the back of that packaging, and you just pass that around, they're usually named by a point something. So 0.15, 0.2, 0.3. That's the diameter. So really, really small. And they're in millimeters. They're all usually found in millimeters. And then they're going to have a full number, so 15, 25. Commonly, we're going to see 50s, kind of right in the middle there, 60s, 75s, and 125s. So, you know, depending on the application, I might use different size needles. So 50 millimeters is what? 2.5 centimeters is 1 inch. So if you think about relative depths, you know, I think in terms of millimeters, but I wasn't raised in the metric system, and I try to convert that a lot of times if patients have questions of, this is my target depth tissue. You know, I want to treat the glute med, so I need to get down to that glute. I want to treat the lumbar paraspinals. I need to use the appropriate muscle to achieve that depth. Did you have a question, sir? Okay. So, you know, we'll use that for the application. You can use gloves. You don't have to. It's not uncommon for acupuncturists to use, they're called finger cots, or some of my students call them finger condoms. Use those. Use gloves. I like to use nitrile gloves because they're non-latex. There are a fair amount of people out there that have latex allergies, so it's just something to be aware of. But however you use it, get everything ready. Needles will come according to two different types. There's a J-type and an L-type. J-types have a metal handle to them. I don't know if you can see that real well, and they have that little plastic tab, like the one I passed around. L-types have a plastic handle to them. The plastic handle will be glued to the side of the guide tube. So one of the biggest things to get used to needling early on is just getting that stupid little tab out of that guide tube, or breaking that and keeping the needle bracketed against the side of the guide tube. Probably the single hardest thing in just terms of manipulation early on, because you drop a lot of needles, and once you drop a needle on the ground, that needle's no good. You don't want it to hit the ground and then stick it into someone. That's just bad practice. So there's take that plastic tube out, bracket it against the side of the guide tube. Okay, so we did all that. You feel really comfortable. If you do get into needling, this is something you can do in your practice. One thing I recommend that you do early on, before you start sticking people, get an orange or a banana. Get yourself a hold. You can log on to, there's a couple companies out there, but if you did a Google search or Amazon search for acupuncture needles, they're out there. You just need to prove that you're a licensed health professional. Get a hold of a banana, an orange, or like a peach, something with a tough skin that you can poke through that resembles something. I like oranges and bananas because that tough skin is kind of like poking through the epidermis. And then just get used to bracketing that needle against the side of the guide tube, getting to the edge of the skin with a guide tube, pushing or tapping that down into the skin, and then advancing the needle and getting used to advancing at a good rate. Advancing the needle is kind of like, I liken it to Goldilocks. I don't want to go too fast. I don't want to go too slow. I want to go just right. If you go too fast, it's uncomfortable. If you go too slow, it's uncomfortable. So I want to have just the right speed and amplitude. So by amplitude, I mean if I'm going through and passing strokes, I want to be a lot more like Yo-Yo Ma and a lot less like Charlie Daniels, just so that's more comfortable for the patient. A couple different techniques. There's a vibration technique where you have the needle and you're just vibrating to get that needle down through the skin. There's a pressure technique where you're putting a lot of pressure, a lot of tactile input. We know that people like tactile input. That's why, you know, like compression sleeves, all those things work really well. So to give a broad hand palpation, give them a little bit of pressure. Sometimes, like in the case of the upper trap, the lat, I'll do what's known as a pinch technique. I'll get my lumbricals, I'll pull that tissue away and, you know, give them some pressure. If someone does have some hypersensitivity just in that area because of just that heightened pain response, sometimes I'll just go in and scratch the area with the edge of the guide tube, just decrease some of that sensitization. Not uncommon when I'm teaching new needlers. They might feel an early restriction in like the lumbar paraspinals, and they're like, nope, I feel like I'm to lamina there, I'm good. Just back that needle out if you hit a barrier, especially if you know your depth is right, you know where you should be, just drive that on through. And if it's painful, you get a noxious stimulus, I just pull out right away, wait a couple seconds, try again. Pain should decrease, but if it doesn't, just move on to something else. Needle removal, as you pull a needle out of the skin, it's going to do what's known as tenting. It's going to pull the skin up with it. So a lot of times I'll just put that same broad pressure around the area of the needle, back that needle out, and then just dispose of it. Needles are really cheap. It's not like a hypodermic needle. You can usually get 100 needles for like $9. So I don't advocate reusing them. I just single use and then toss them. A couple things to keep in mind. Bleeding is normal. Hematomas are normal. We have a lot of diffuse capillaries under the skin. So I tell people if they do get a little wheal or hematoma, totally normal, ice it, put direct pressure on it. It's going to go away and get reabsorbed in a couple days. If you do have that blood, get a Kleenex or get a cotton ball, direct pressure over it for 5 seconds or so, just like anything else. Try to avoid touching the shaft of the needle when you are advancing it. You want to, anything that's going to go into the patient, you don't want that to be introduced. You don't want to have any hands on that. And there's a quick rule of thumb. Remember how many needles you put in. It's just kind of a good rule. You don't want people to go home. And like I said, most important, whatever you do in terms of your assessment or interventions, I always drive home when I talk to groups, assess, treat, and then reassess. That way you can truly tell what was most effective. This is just a quick reference. This is what I use in my practice as kind of a really generalized screen. I like dermatomes and myotomes because if I do see a true dermatomal myotome connection, I can jump in right away. I don't have to test everything. I can test what I think is directly related to the dysfunction quickly. I can treat them, I can retest, and then I know from a motor perspective, you know, what sort of functionality they have. Then I can go ahead and look at some of my other tested measures. And there's upper quadrant myotomes, and those should be in your handouts. If not, I'm happy to send those to Natalie. So anyone want to volunteer? All right, come on up. One brave soul. Okay, so 2 applications that I probably use most frequently. I'm Mike. Who?
Hi, I'm Morgan.
Morgan, nice to meet you. Okay, so Morgan's nice enough. What sorts of pain do you have in your upper traps?
Well, no, it just hurts. I got like trigger points. Like,
Okay.
tight.
Can you take your hat off for me?
Yeah,
Okay, got to fix it up. I understand. Okay, so we're going to say that Morgan came in and saw me in clinic. So one thing that I would quickly ask her to do is just stand statically, hands at her side, facing straight ahead. Okay, right away, I just take quick note of clinically, you know, what do we got going on? We got one shoulder that's higher than the other. Are you left-handed or right-handed? Right-handed. Okay, so you can see Right hand is a little higher. We typically see that a little lower. Okay, and then the other quick thing that I'll ask her to do is, can you just go ahead and look to the right and look to the left? Okay, so we see one more time to the right. Okay, and then one more time to the left. Okay, so pretty limited going to the left as compared to the going to, yeah, okay. Where do you have more soreness, on the right or to the left? On the left. Okay, so let's treat the left. So we don't have a treatment table, so we're going to utilize this table as our treatment table. Can I have you come on up here for me? It'll hold. Just to grab a seat on the table. We're going to sit right here. So typically, I would try to get her in supine. I'm not optimistic that these tables are sturdy enough for us to do that, just for anybody. So what I would do a lot of times is make sure that I could tolerate, or they would tolerate needling well. Okay, so keep in mind the apex of the lung extends up above the clavicle. So I want to get that area exposed. So a lot of times I'll say, can you take this side of your shirt off? Okay, I'm going to utilize a posterior approach so y'all can see. You can utilize an anterior approach as well. What I was advocating for before, get to where I can actually expose the area where, you know, I'm not trying to like hold the shirt. I have this down. I can get to the area I want to treat. Okay, we see that automatically resulted in that jump sign. Okay, and that's a typical jump sign. A lot of times I'll hold that for a second or two. You okay with that? Okay. Not so I'm trying to elicit a pain response, just so I can get a good feel for how she's going to tolerate. Okay, I know that that's an area of tightness. I can palpate over that. I can drop that needle into that area. Okay, I know this is totally safe. There we go. I got a twitch. You feel that? Yeah. Okay, so I know that this is safe. I'm away from the clavicle. I'm pulling that upper trap away from her. I'm needling back towards my thumb. I'm utilizing what I call a lumbrical grip. So that way I know it's totally safe. And then my goal is to get that response. And then I believe if I'm going to do something noxious, I'm going to do something nice. And I'm just going to go ahead and just quickly massage that area just to decrease some of that tightness. So can I have you stand up for me? How does that tightness feel now compared to, okay, feel a little less tight, same? Okay, so let's face them. Let's look at it statically. This isn't like some dog and pony trick. This is just quick application. Okay, how about looking to the right and looking to the left? Okay, that's what I try to show people on a day-to-day basis in my practice. Like, look, this isn't just me up here as a snake oil salesman trying to sell you on something that works. Like, this works. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. So I guess in closing, it's a really powerful tool when it's used for the right applications. I think it's part of a team. I can tell you that I work very closely. My performing arts team includes a performing arts medicine physician. We have athletic trainers on our team. We have an exercise physiologist. We have physical therapists. We have physical therapist assistants. We all have different roles we play on the team. So even if you're directly doing this or you're recommending this, I think it's really important to be aware of the whole myriad of interventions that you know are out there, whether it's dry needling, whether it's spinal manipulation, whether it's some sort of multimodal exercise program. It's incumbent upon us as providers of a interdisciplinary team to be aware of things that are out there that can best benefit the populations that we interact with. So just in closing, it's a tool. Don't ever utilize it in isolation. And then remember your correctives and patient education, because I think that's where the key to preventing significant recurrence in the future lies. Let's get them early. Let's treat them early. Let's treat them appropriately with dosing. Let's get them, back into those normal, healthy movement patterns, and let's get them back to their activities, whether it's sport, function, life, etc. And thank you for letting me speak to y'all today. Question. So question was, what's the typical time I leave the needle in? And that's about as variable as the techniques, depending on who you're trained by. So for a quick application like that, I just in and out really quickly. Couple seconds. I want to see a demonstrable change. I want to know that, I could both palpate and observe that change and then have an assessment component. But if, say, it's chronic low back pain, I would drop needles in. I would stimulate that using just regular neurostim, interferential, leave that in there for about 10 to 15 minutes like I would normal stim. The application doesn't change if you're using electrodes versus indwelling needles. The time, all that type of stuff to achieve an effect, it's just a more direct approach. Great question. Other questions? Yes, sir. That's a great question. So I don't know the answer to that question. I wish I could say that. Are you permitted by your practice act would be my first question. And then there are entities out there that will certify multi-varied professions like OT, athletic training, PT. Some are just MD-DO. Some get certified in conjunction with a physician. So I do know some colleagues of mine that have gone through a training program like, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, Dr. Ma has a program. Sue Falsone is a PT-ATC, does a lot of instruction with them, and they have teams of people that'll go a lot of times. But that would be something I would first start with your practice act and then start with the different entities. I have no problem if it's me as a PT, teaching ATCs how to dry needle because you're part of the team. So if you're permitted to and your practice act allows it, I think every professional should practice to the extent of their training. But that's just the world according to Mike. That and a quarter probably won't even get you Coke in the gift shop. So anything, other questions at all? Happy to answer. Well, feel free to shoot me an email if you have questions. You can find me on Twitter. That's where I spend most of my time when I'm not with my family. So thank you again, and safe travels.